Okay. Hey, now the mic is so yes. Cheers. It's Friday night, Saturday morning, so I'm not expecting much of a turnout because the hip online crowd is out there doing their Friday night, Saturday things. But I want to come on just briefly for the hell of it and just talk about these job searches, and how I'm not looking forward to go back to the workforce. But I'll talk about that in a minute. So cheers and hello to anyone and everyone who's watching. Let's see, how is the sound on this? Sorry. Okay, sound seems okay. I'm not sure about my connection, but oh well. All right, so I don't know. I for those who are paying attention, I applied to this one driving job, which sounded great. It was like it was just medical transportation. I used to transport auto parts. This was medical, taking something like to the lab, to the hospital, etc. And I was on the phone. I had like an online phone interview, on the phone, whatever, and it was seemed to go okay. And the lady's like, "Oh, so I'd love to work for you guys, but get back. Oh, I'll call you back, no problem." And of course, that was weeks ago. I never heard back from her. Didn't take my calls. But I was wondering, for those who know my other stories, you can go back. It's been a year, almost been a year since I told the story about how I was working at that auto parts place. And in the midst of this, I was trying to move my parents, get my father out of that institution, and put them both in a senior apartment. And I was in the midst of all that. Some behemoth threatened to break my jaw, and before I could even think about it, the boss took his side. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I called the police just to have a record of it. The boss didn't like that. The police didn't give a shit. It didn't matter. And I was eventually able to sue them when he fired me. He wanted me to quit. He fired me a week later. He didn't like it. So I got there. The point is, I got 13 grand. Not a lot, but it felt like a good little victory. What the hell? Now I'm starting to wonder, because we were talking. I've probably mentioned this before. They were talking about those the T app was supposed to basically be a background check, a free background check for women. Women can do background checks on men. With all the more information, our background checks now much faster, much quicker, much freer. And now these jobs I'm applying to, they see that I've been involved in a lawsuit or a settlement. So now they're thinking, oh God, we can't touch this dude. He might be a liability. I'm starting to wonder, because a couple other places said they would get back to me and never called. So I don't know if that's coming up, especially with like a transportation driver job. If they see he sued his former employer, now we see him as a liability. So I was thinking about this. I was talking to a few people about it. I mentioned my brother. He's like, yeah, good call. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but we'll go from there. I did get a call back today from some. I don't want to go back to the grocery store circuit, but it's like the only thing that will hire a loser with no skills. And I got to go further afield because I burned bridges. I had a guy strangle me who worked at the one store. A nigger bitch tried to run me over who worked at this store. I've had problems at all these different stores. I had the one other store where Chad got special treatment. He didn't want to do any heavy lifting, so they put all the burden on me. So I've burned my bridges at all the close by grocery stores. I'm going to drive 20 minutes, half an hour. And I did work at that one grocery store this year, more recently. I didn't have any problems. It was just the most, I'm like, for minimum wage, this ain't worth it anymore. It was just too intense. And I don't mind lifting and lugging, but they wanted you it's a long story. So I don't want to go back to that place, but I did get a call from some guy saying, oh, you got to do a background check one of these grocery stores further afield. I'll send it to your email. I didn't look at it yet. So I don't know if these background reports are reporting my lawsuit and they're seeing me as some kind of liability. This is getting scary. I need money, but I can't get out of this funk I've been in for well over a year, if not the past 5 or 6 years. So that's my existence. It's okay. It's okay. Cassandra is an avid musical keyboard player, and she wanted to come on and, just like Thule played his bass and what's his name? Banks played his guitar. She wants to come on at some point, right? And you want to play some keyboard for us. So, yeah, let me know if you want to come on and play some keyboard. But otherwise, I want to talk about, the job thing. It's like, I wonder how much stuff is instantly available, and they just see it as, we don't know who was right or wrong. We just know that you were involved in some kind of lawsuit or some kind of settlement, and, whether you're right or wrong, we're the employer, they were your employer, you, the employee, and if the employer, we see you as a liability. I'm starting to wonder. I'm dead serious. I mentioned my brother. He's like, yeah, I heard from Dumb. James texted me out of the blue, and he said, how's the job search going? I haven't spoken to Dumb in quite a while. He just texts me, and he says, how's the job search going? So I texted him back, and all I said was one word, poorly. And And he wrote back. He said, "Yeah, he's having trouble too." And I mentioned the thing. Yeah, I wonder if my lawsuit's coming up, my settlement's coming up. And what was his response? Hold on. That was good. It was out of the blue. I'm like, yeah, it's going poorly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that comes up or not. It might.
Public record. My lawsuit.
Because it's part of the public record, so when they do the background check, it might come up. And that's why, like, my dad always told me not to file for workman's comp, because future employers be able to find out and they shy away. So hopefully that's not the truth. Hopefully that's not it, or otherwise you have to do gig work, or start your own business. That's what I'm trying to do over here. Well, not trying, but that's what I might have to do, because I can't get a job either. It probably has something to do with my temporary visa, my bridging visa.
Well, I guess we've heard this story before, but I was going to say with him, my brother was like, he must have gone out of his mind because he's like a worker bee. He couldn't eat. He wants to be. Dom's the kind of guy who he's a worker bee. He wants to work. And you can only do so many projects for Donda before it's like, oh, to work. So, he's not happy just sitting around all day. It's not for everybody. He was the worker bee. But same boat. He's having trouble there as a foreigner with a bridging visa. I, an American in my own country, am having problems. But let's see. Well, not the piano. Just get your little keyboard. Your little music keyboard. It doesn't have to be Carnegie Hall here. Well, like I said, that one lady, because I was most interested in that one lady says she called me back. She didn't. I called her, left the message. Hey, give me a call. I could call, leave a message and say, yo, if you don't hire me, it's fine. Tell me. I could do that. It just seems like it'd be an exercise in futility and just another, we did the right thing. That if it was the settlement with the auto parts place, if that was the case, then it would just be confirming. I don't think there's really any way. What you're advocating, it sounds good in theory, but it's not real life. It's not. Yeah, we said the music, not the whole piano, the musical keyboard. Have I ever? Yeah. But I mean, what I'm trying to say is okay, you can find a lot of information about a person on the free internet. There's a lot available. But what I was talking about with these, like the T app, the T app was like a more jacked up version, or, when you consent to these, what do you call it? Background searches. In the olden days, they took days and they were more criminally focused. Now, so for these companies, pay a little monthly fee, and they can get even more information. You can find out what's available to the public. It's even more information available with these paid people search identifier things. So I wonder if that does come up. It might not come up on Google, but it might be coming up in these paid background check apps. All right, fine. I'll call, be polite. I'll say, hi, I'm just curious. If you don't hire me, that's fine. I don't know. Could you at least give me the courtesy of telling me what the problem is? But they're not going to even more not want to hear from me. Well, they don't want to admit to it. Because if they admit that, they can be like, well, that was, they were at fault. I could sue you. They would never admit to that. Companies are so corrupt. HR, the managers, corruption is just, par for the course. I'm glad you're friends with your bosses. Like a direct answer. So where's the keyboard? We're running here. We're going to be on for too long. Just a little 2-3 minute. Play chopsticks. What does Doggo think? Should we hear some Cassandra playing the keyboard, playing the keys? Not really a synthesizer, but it's like What are words for when no one listens any? What are words for when no one listens any? What are words for when no one listens? There's no use talking at all. Like the chick at this do. Do you hear me? Do you care? All right. Took a liking. People who see your name and talk to you on the phone. Oh, yeah. Took a liking. They met me in person, they would take a disliking. On the phone, it's just neutral. There's no liking to take. But yeah, okay. So have I said all I need to say? What are words for? When no one listens any, what are words for? You only have 4 villages in New Jersey. That's pathetic. What do you mean? You're talking about municipal title? What do you mean by village? Yes, I think only a handful of municipalities are officially called villages. Sometimes hamlets, unincorporated hamlets, might be called villages. You might even see a sign, welcome to the village of so-and-so, when it's really just a hamlet or census-designated place. But no, I think, no, the term village isn't commonly, I don't think it's used in Pennsylvania at all, and it's rarely used in New Jersey for a municipal title. Is that what you're talking about? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're getting at. In Jersey, you got towns, townships, boroughs, cities. I think village is rare, but occasionally used. There's just municipal title. You know. Pretty sure that's lone hiker. I would guess lone hiker. I'm not positive. I would go with lone hiker, based upon he's done the bird theme before, and the fact that he's concerned about, I think he's talking about the municipalities in New Jersey. Yeah, a few might be officially villages, as opposed to town or township or borough or city. I think that's what he's talking about, but very few people would even, take that into consideration. So I'd imagine that's who Rogue Starling is. Well, I mean, if she liked me, she could at least called me back and said, she could even lie and said, you're not what we're looking for. I can try, but it seems like it's exercise in futility. Actually, I don't think they use townships in Connecticut. I think it's just town. New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, much of New Hampshire, Vermont, just say town. I don't believe township is used in those states. It's used in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, but in the Midwest, townships are more like, in the South, they're more like geographic areas within a county. In Jersey and Pennsylvania, they're actually incorporated municipalities. But I think in Connecticut, they were just called towns. I don't recall a township being used. Right, survey townships versus civil townships. But I don't think Connecticut uses townships. I think it's just town. Most of New England and New York use town. Yeah, I guess that's sometimes interchangeable, even though it might not be part of the official. A large town is a township versus a smaller municipality. Okay, but I guess you never really heard that term township before. It's not commonly used out west. In fact, one other thing I'll tell you, because townships in the Midwestern states are usually unincorporated. I mean, sometimes they are. I think like Michigan has its Class M townships, which are municipalities. Others are civil or whatever, survey townships, etc. The federal government, when the Census Bureau does its tabulations, they treat all townships as if they're unincorporated and give them extra money. So a few municipalities in New Jersey, even though in New Jersey all municipalities are incorporated, regardless of municipal title, I think a few like boroughs or cities or towns rename themselves township to take advantage of the free monies, even though in Jersey and Pennsy, a township is no different than a town or a city or a borough. It's just a incorporated municipality. So, but the federal government doesn't make that distinction. So they would, a few towns became townships, even though they're still incorporated, mayor and, municipal board, they became townships to like claim these census monies. So that's. Yeah, it's interesting, but this is going to help me get employed right now. I actually did where I can tell you my stories and work for the Census Bureau. I worked for them, not this past, the one before, 2010. It was actually, it was 09 into 10. I worked for the 2010 census. It was nice driving around and shit, but that turned to all the can of worms. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not talking about CDPs. What I'm saying is, CDP can be anything that a census decides should be designated. I'm talking about because most townships in other states are unincorporated. Any entity called the township is entitled to extra federal monies according to the Census Bureau. But in a state like New Jersey, because the idea is that these townships aren't incorporated, they're just subdivisions of a county. While that's true in many places, it isn't in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. When Dumb lived in, what was it called? Was it Franklin Township? No, it was Franklin County. It was Washington Township. Whatever township. That's still a municipality. It's still incorporated. But oftentimes townships in Jersey and Pennsylvania will take advantage because we're a township too, and they'll get the extra monies. The money was designated for non-municipal townships that are, subdivisions of counties, but not incorporated. Heard from me. I work for the Census Bureau. Well, the first part was easy, driving around different places. Had some weird experiences with people, but the drive around part was nice. And then the last part, I was working in an office, and that turned to complete and total shit. And we took this test. They made us take this fucking test because everyone had to take it. And I remember it was I think it was an opening. They were opening a new position, like within the office. So everyone had to take this fucking test. And I got one. I forget how many questions it was. I blew one. I got one wrong. So I got the highest score of everybody. But it didn't matter because all you needed to do was get an 80, 75 or 80 to be a contender. And this fat girl who was in charge of the office put her friend in, the friend who got like an 85 got the job. And I was like, oh, and they actually fired me because I was like bitter over that. And because it's like so many people playing house. This wasn't like even a real job. The only reason the fat girl who ran the office was there because she took the test first. There was something special, and she wanted her buddy. This girl who hated this, the girl, her buddy. Not the fat girl who ran the office, the one she gave the job to, this is promotion to. That girl never liked me. She was always like, ew, get away. She wasn't like that with everyone. She was like laughing and joking with this dude here, but with me it was always, ew. And they gave the job to that bitch who barely passed the test at my expense. It was like, fuck this. It was just, I've told my shrink that story. I forget what I tell you guys and what I tell the shrink and vice versa sometimes. Well, that's obvious because, I mean, yes, if the girl had totally failed, she would be totally unqualified. They don't really care who knows what. As long as you're passable, as long as you have enough knowledge to do it, they want to go with the person they socially like. So an ugly fuck-up weirdo spurg who knows all his shit, ew. Oh, girl, I like you. You're my buddy. Because they at the time, there was a show called Lost. Remember Lost? And there was the Dharma Initiative. Before that test came up, the fat girl who ran the office and this other girl, her name was Jenna and the fat, I can't remember the fat girl's name. What was her name? Christy, the fat girl, and Jenna, they became buddies right away, and they went into Manhattan. They were for Halloween that year. I think it was 09. It was whatever year it was. They went to Manhattan as members of the Dharma Initiative, so they became buddies. As long as she just passes that test, it was all for show. They have to make sure everyone takes the test, and they decide to pick who they like the best. Not based upon because I blew. There was one question I blew, something about postal routes. I forget, but I always enjoyed that shit all my life, staring at maps and all that crap. And also, I'd been on the road. I think that girl Jenna wasn't on the road. They sent me to the office after all the road work was done, and the office is where things broke down. It was a bunch of people playing house. It was a temporary part-time bullshit job. It was all these like lower tier normies. It's finally their chance to be like the big shot. It was a fucking disaster. I gotta make videos about these things. Well, that's the thing. It's not like they weren't friends outside of work. In fact, the girl Jenna was hired after me. I don't think she was ever on the road. She was hired after me, but she immediately clicked with Christy, the girl who ran the office. And Christy, I remember Christy was calling her. Christy was this fat girl. She had a boyfriend. He was also fat. Hey, honey, I met this girl. I met this girl. We're going to go to Manhattan as members of the Dharma Initiative at the Halloween party. And so it's like they became fast friends. And when this test thing came up, I guess they had on paper they had to make sure we all took it. Because I didn't even sign up to take the test. It was just, everyone's got to take this test now. I guess the federal government requires that all employers have access to the test, but they just do whatever the fuck they want. So, yeah. Well, how do you know he or she? How do you know they ruined the vibe if you never actually worked there? Your friend told you the vibe was ruined? In fairness, I understand what you're saying. You said you wanted to work for this friend's company, but didn't actually work for it because they went with this hiring manager's pick. a childhood friend of the hiring manager, I assume. How do you know the vibe? Your friend told you the vibe was ruined? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe if they hired you, your friend would have liked it, but the manager would be like, Cassandra brings down the vibe. Bring in my friend. So how would you know if you don't actually work there? How would you know if the vibe, the vibe was ruined or not? Oh, the friend complains. Okay. Well, if your friend had hired you, the manager would probably make you the bad guy or the scapegoat, or not. I don't know. But what really got me about the census job, it was temporary. It wasn't going to last forever. It was a temporary bullshit job. Like, even though it's not right, I could understand that sort of behavior in a company where people want to be there for life, the cutthroat. This was never that. They were applying, this isn't like, I want to get the promotion because I plan to be with the company for the next 20 years till I retire. It was just some temporary bullshit job. It's like, it was just strange. Well, not strange now, knowing what I know now. Yep. See, as long as she can marginally pass the test, she's in. Doesn't matter how qualified you are. They want to go with the person they like. So, yes. That I agree with. We're really talking about jobs here. I always wanted to do, maybe make a video one day. If I always talk about these videos, I'm going to make a fun video. I've always been curious, what are the municipalities that border New York City? I might do I might go through all the counties, Nassau, Westchester, all the Jersey counties, Bergen and Hudson, Union, Middlesex, I think Monmouth. I'll go through and see. And the thing about Jersey, again, doesn't matter if it's a city or a town or a township or a village or whatever the fuck they call it, or a borough. Doesn't matter. All municipalities are equal. They're all independent. No municipality is subordinate to another. Municipal title is meaningless. In New York State, outside of the 5 boroughs of New York City, you've got like villages atop the town, and some areas are unvillaged, so it's a whole clusterfuck. So one of these days, if I feel like studying a map and just listing all the municipalities, both villages and towns in New York State, as well as all the various titles, but all equal municipalities, town, township, borough, in New Jersey that actually share a border with New York City. No, I don't think that's correct. I'm talking about ones that directly, like, Long Island, I guess Nassau County borders Queens, and it also has a maritime boundary with the Bronx. There's only 2 towns, North Hempstead and Hempstead. That's fairly easy. But no, I don't think there's 100 villages along the border. I don't think it's that many. I think that's incorrect. And some areas in the Hempsteads aren't villaged, so it's just the town itself bordering Queens, not that extra layer. So no, it's not I don't think it's 100. That sounds a little too high. I'll find out one day, but no, it's not that high. And I don't think any of the villages stretch out to the Bronx border. It's a maritime border. It would just be the town of North Hempstead. So it's probably a dozen or so villages, atop North Hempstead and Hempstead towns that border Queens. So no, it's not hundreds. I'm talking about ones that actually share a border with New York City, not suburbs. You're saying there are 100 villages in total on Long Island as a whole. I'm just talking about the ones that actually share a border with New York City. But all right, we're really getting off topic here. But, well, it's an interesting topic. I was always fascinated. The beer. Well, I'll finish this, maybe get another beer. Oyster Bay does not border Queens. It's close. It's a suburb, but it doesn't actually border Queens. In fact, isn't Oyster Bay actually a city? I forget, but Oyster Bay itself doesn't border Queens directly. I'm talking ones that actually share a border, a boundary, whether it be land or maritime, with Queens. Oyster Bay does not actually border Queens. Like Garden City, the village of Garden City, which is part of Hempstead, borders Queens. Or Lawrence, those villages actually share a border, their western border with Queens. Oyster Bay does not. No, I'm not talking about listing all the villages in Nassau County. I'm only the ones that border Queens. The ones that actually border upon New York City. This brings me back to my sense. I enjoyed that job until all that shit happened. It was ruined. That girl, part of it too, another thing, like I said, it wasn't a real job. These people were, not that it would be right, but at least, okay, I'm going to be here for 20 years. I'm going to cut your throat so I can be the promoted one. It wasn't even that. It's a temporary part-time bullshit job. This other bitch, her name was Patty. She's a fucking ugly Jewish bitch. And she was like, she thought, oh, sometimes I get frustrated at the job. I go outside and throw rocks. I'm like, are you role playing? This is just some bullshit part-time job. You're nothing. It was a bunch of people playing house, a bunch of like spoiled adult children acting like this is my chance to be a big shot. And there were pieces of shit in that job. Well, the office. I like the driving around part. We fill out these different reports and shit. I enjoyed that part. But yeah, the office became hell, especially when I didn't get that, that position. I didn't even ask to sign. They made us all take this test. They said, you got to take this test to see if you're qualified. And I got I got a 98 or whatever the grade was. Missed one question, the highest in the class. Others missed multiple. And the girl didn't get the second highest. She was, But it's like, yes, border. I use the word limits. Yes, they share a border, a boundary. Yes. I don't think any of the villages stretched. I know Nassau borders the Bronx, but I don't think any of the villages stretch that far. I think you're just in the unincorporated. Well, the town is incorporated, but you don't have that extra layer of incorporation. So I don't think any villages border the Bronx. Which villages border Queens? And then there's some unvillaged areas of those towns that border Queens. So I don't know. One time years ago, I think I called like Hempstead, like the town hall, and I said, hi, can I buy a tax map that shows all the villages? And the guy was like, I don't know, maybe just go on the internet. I'm like, huh. So I don't know if there's any, but we'll figure something out. One of these days, I got to find a job. Just looking at this house and put a job on paper. And I couldn't even apply for SSI right now, could I? I keep talking about it, but not doing it, but SSI, SDI wouldn't cover rent here. Plus, so if we're going to rent somewhere else, I need to say I'm employed just to get into another place. But also, the government shut down, right? My food stamps ended months ago. I'm thinking about reapplying, but that's all been shut down, hasn't it? I work for the federal government. In fact, when I worked for the Census Bureau, they took our fingerprints, like traditional analog ink fingerprints, and on this green index card, and they sent it off to the FBI. So I know I have an FBI file. I don't know what's in it, but at least there's one set of paper fingerprints, because everyone who worked for the federal government had to do a fingerprint thing. So yes, I do. Do I have an FBI file? Well, yeah. What's in it? Well, at least a set of fingerprints. That's about all I can tell you. I'll get one more beer. All right, let's see here. Already dropped it. Now, I got a poor sleep the other night because what happened was I got a phone call. It woke me up. It was some dude from some job I applied to, some fucking grocery store. Hey, man, we are hiring. You got to do the background check. I'm like, okay. I'm like, huh? It was like early in the morning. Yeah, I mean, I'll send you an email. I said, fine. But I haven't checked my email yet. But, of course, it's Friday, so this guy's not going to do shit till Monday. But, again, we'll see what happens. If I agree to his background check, and I'm not hired, maybe I'll do what Cassandra said. I'll call him and be nice and be like, hey, man, what happened, man? Because I told the dude, I said, look, I have experience. It's not rocket science, but a lot of people who've never done this kind of work before, they don't get it. I can break down the pallet and the U-boats and spot and, pull and overhead and work an electric jack and make a bail and blah, 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 blah. So the guy seemed like, oh, it's great, man. We need more people. We're desperate. So if I don't get hired here, not that I really want to, but I'm gonna say I'll do the whole hey, what's wrong? But he probably won't tell me. No, I need the that's another thing too. My father had a stroke. I had to become an expert on Medicare, Medicaid, all that shit, because he had too much money for regular Medicaid, but because he was injured, he was declared, there's a stroke. He was, now he's not, he's still fucked up, but he's not considered, disabled anymore, because he was disabled. He was in a different bracket. Like, he wouldn't have been able to get Medicaid because he had too much in Social Security. But because he was disabled, the limit was pushed higher. So I got him a Medicare, Medicaid. He got himself kicked off Medicaid. He's a fucking asshole. So I learned about all that. And it was in the midst of that I found Todd Thundercock. I'm like, whoa, this is my life. Why am I doing this for my ingrate parents? I should be doing this for myself, like this dude says. Yeah, okay, well, let's see what happens first. I'll agree to the background check, which will probably take a few days, and you won't even run it until Monday or Tuesday. If I don't hear back like in a week, I'll say, hey, what happened, man? You going to hire me? You're going to probably just be like, oh, sure. Who knows what he'd say. But all right, we'll see. If he doesn't hire me, I'll see if he – well, you think he's really going to say, well, it says here you sued this company or you had a settlement because, well, we don't – even if it wasn't your fault, we don't want, employees who might, come after us, the employer. I don't think anyone would admit to that. So I'll keep with it just in case. Sure. Okay. All right. Yeah, and if that's the reason, them seeing it in and of itself doesn't bother me. It's just if they're using that to automatically, it's like, maybe I should tell my shrink, hey, no one wants to touch me now. They see me as a liability. I need my neat bucks. I mean, he's dead set against it. I might take a break from him. I actually, I should tell you guys, I met the guy twice. He finally, I think it was time he opened up his office. So I met him once in person. And then earlier this week, my brother and I had to take my brother. My brother is not a map guy or a driver guy. And he had to go to this one freaking doctor's, it was a dentist. But his union, to get the free cleaning, he can only go to like a limited amount of fucking dentists. So I took him to this one up in North Jersey. And I said, on the way back, why don't we, I spoke to my shrink. I said, you can meet him too, because he's met my brother online. So I saw my shrink in person for the second time, this time with my brother. And I don't know, it seems like it's a dead end with him. So maybe I should take a hiatus or say, hey, man, maybe I'll see you once a month, because he seems to be a fucking dead end. But he's always like, you should get a CDL. I'm going to say to him, well, if all these, especially these transportation companies, don't want to touch me because of my settlement, that'd be a waste of time, wouldn't it? Wait, I'm confused. I can do what? You know what you can do? Get out your musical keyboard and just play us a couple notes. We want to hear who's with me. It says there are 9 people here. At least 1 or 2 of you can say yay or nay for Cassandra. Yeah, we saw. We heard Thule's bass, not well, but we heard his bass. We heard Mebanks' guitar. We should get a band going, but in the meantime, you got to audition. So I want to see. I play my guitar, but the string's broken. I'm too lazy to fix it. It's right over there. I should pick up the guitar. Just get my electric guitar and turn on the distortion, do some power chords, do some palm muting. I could do that. I could. But first, you. Okay. See, we're going nowhere in the stream. That's all right. I didn't think I'd be on too long. I mean, again, it's a distraction. There's probably other shit I could be doing, but yeah, I'm going to try to adjust my pattern. I'm going to get up early-ish, get some shit done. It's all such a waste, my existence, everything. They didn't have, I don't care if people hate me, but they don't have to fucking try to destroy me. But, my existence, as I was saying. It would cheer me up. Some nice keyboard music. Anyone? Well, I don't end the stream on this downer note. I want to hear some music. Oh, how are you doing, Doggo? Are you okay? You got your surgery coming up, right? When was that? You got a surgery on one of your legs. And then, what, a few weeks later, you don't know when, sometime later, the other leg, and then be some crutches involved. Have you had your surgery yet, or what's the surgery date? Was it later October? Oh wow, this Wednesday. So what day is it? I got a calendar on the wall. I could try to. It's be a pain in the ass to try to show you. Actually, I got a calendar on the computer too. Let's go on the wall here. Wednesday is the 22nd. So it's about today's Friday the 17th. Okay, the 22nd. Okay, well, good. And then I'm sorry. How long before your second surgery? Like how long between surgeries? You probably told me, but okay. So Wednesday the 22nd is this one, the first one. You know which leg? And then you get the other leg done. What? Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, October 22nd. When's the other surgery? Is this left or right? You didn't clarify. And where's that damn keyboard music? And why is that? You don't know. You have to, it depends. Excuse me. It depends on how well the first one goes, or how long it takes the first one to heal, or you're waiting for insurance or something. Like, why can't he give you a rough estimate of how long? Like, he can at least tell you. Generally, it's 6 to 8 weeks between surgeries, or give you some kind of general frame. You know what I mean? You should have at least a vague idea of when it theoretically should be. I would imagine. Right, left side first. Cool. So you get your left leg done on the 22nd. And then it might not be exactly X amount of weeks, but don't they have like a time frame, a timeline of, Yes, Doggo, this is what I'd be asking if someone's going to cut my leg open. Absolutely. Yes. That would be I'd say, if the doctor says, everyone heals differently, I say, I understand, but on average, is it like a year before my next surgery, 6 months, a few weeks? What's the average? Just get a vague idea of when it's time for, the right leg. Yes. Like, you're going to go under, I mean, anesthesia, you're going to, the whole 9 yards, you're going to, what are they doing exactly? Can you just give us some bad, they're going to cut open I had leg surgery once. I tore my meniscus it was my right leg. And the meniscus, for those who don't know, is where you're right here, the kneecap. There's between the bones, there's this spongy thing called the meniscus. And when you tear it, your leg swells up. It's incredibly painful to walk. The cure is they put you under and they cut out the damaged part of tissue, but it never grows back. So, yeah, it's better to have the surgery so you don't have the swelled up leg. But now, I think I lost a quarter of my meniscus in the right leg. So now it's just bone on bone. Like this, when the weather gets cold or, it goes from being dry to, humid to rainy or whatever, I can feel it like a barometer. I can feel that right leg will flare up. So yeah, I was working some retail job and I was grabbing some big box and I did like a Michael Jackson shimmy on that leg. And the next day it was all swollen and they told me, they made me do fucking physical therapy first because, the doctor even said, yes, you probably need surgery, but the insurance won't authorize surgery unless you exhaust the other options. So you got to go through the physical therapy bullshit. So I had to do physical therapy in pain for however many weeks it was. And then they agreed, Workman's Comp agreed to pay for my surgery. That was not quite 20 years ago, 17 years ago. I forget what year it was. But yeah, I lost about a quarter of my meniscus in the right leg. I'm sorry. The horseshoe, what are we talking about? Have I babbled? Well, I'm here just to babble, stream of thoughts, waiting for, what's it called? Harlem Nocturne or whatever Cassandra's going to play for us. Unless you guys, or maybe you agree with Cassandra, maybe she shouldn't have to play this keyboard for us. Oh, is it? It might be. I thought it was actually like a mushroom circular shape. I thought it circled the whole thing. Maybe you're right. Maybe it just circles. You're right. Maybe it's just a horseshoe. Whatever it is, they cut out a quarter of it, so now I got bone on bone. I can feel it in that leg. Oh, you'd be the leg expert, man. Ah, yes. The synovial tissue. Of course, the synovial tissue. What is the synovial tissue? I'll be honest, I didn't really, at the time, I studied up on it. I learned about the anatomy of the leg. After it heals, the good news, even though I still feel it sometimes, it was so long ago, almost a couple decades ago, that I forgot all that. Thank God. I'm always worried. I want to tear it more or tear the other one, but I forgot all that stuff. At the time I knew, I asked questions. I was curious. Now it's like, that was 15, 20 years ago. I don't remember now. Okay. Well, I mean, I know sometimes these doctors can be arrogant pricks, but you can at least try to ask them a little more. I know I annoy people with my questions because I'm spurred, but I would say you can at least ask a few questions. Even if you don't want to rock the boat, you can at least say, "Hey, doc, what exactly are you going to do when you start messing with my synovial? Do you even know what synovial tissue is yourself? Because I don't. I say, what the hell is synovial tissue? What are you going to do? What. But anyway, I was thinking to myself, New Jersey is a tiny little state, but it's got like 600 municipalities. It's ridiculous. And I always thought, wouldn't it be cool, like maybe a separate YouTube channel? I go to every municipality in the state of New Jersey. It's not a big state, but it's very, if you're on this highway here and you're going up to here, you might not pass through a few municipalities over here. So there are definitely some municipalities I've never been to. So maybe I should do like one of these, like a separate video. OC goes to every municipality in the state of New Jersey from top to bottom. All the towns and townships and boroughs and cities and the handful of villages, whatever they want to call themselves, all the municipalities. I was just thinking of that. I forgot. It's like the whole what borders New York City. Also do like a whole. I'm OC. Today we're in, wherever the fuck town we're in. We're in Moonachie. And the next day, now we're down in, Harvey Sears or whatever it is. Just every little. That doesn't mean anything unless you like maps or you're from New Jersey. But it'll be fun, maybe. Look at these meat bucks. We got SSDI. Okay, where were we? It says, Doggo, you need to get your act together. Cassandra flew away. What a bitch. That was really it. But thank you for coming. I got anything else much more to say. I try to make it an hour just to have an hour, but again, it's a distraction. More than anything else, is a distraction. Like I'm here, I'm like, what do I want to talk about? Nothing really. But then it's like, I don't know. If I get off this, all those thoughts come back. This is a great distraction from reality for Well, a couple of those people aren't even at their computers anymore. They're watching TV. They just left the computer on. A couple others put their phones down. So there's really only, I think, just you and me, buddy. It's the way the way it's always been, man. You and me. Me and Doggo. My shining star of David. That'd be you. I don't have to apologize. You got your keyboard's ready to come up. Is that coming up? By the way, on YouTube, I can see it's a bunch of Israeli flags, but on StreamYard, it's just a bunch of boxes. So I don't know if you can even see that. Oh, yeah, you can see. Yeah, you can see. Okay, on YouTube, when I'm looking through StreamYard, it says Doggo's. It's so much like, what are they called when an object is not, a character is not recognized? You like that rectangle. Yes, that's correct. We've established this. Yes. That's good. That's good. That's great. Hava Nahila Hava. Yeah, we'll sing that. I suppose. Anyway, where were we? Okay, so you're back to, I'm sorry, where was you're going to play what? Carnival 9, First Impression Part 2 by Emerson, Lake and Palmer. You're going to play something cool, right? One thing tiny established New Jersey doesn't have, there's no unincorporated land. There are some unincorporated waters. If you look at a map in Raritan Bay or even the coast, the county and the state, you're still in the county or the state, but the municipal line ends. Like if you're down the shore, you get in a boat, you start going out to sea. You're still in Ocean County, let's say, and you're still in whatever town, Berkeley Township, but you're not. So you're still in the state and I'm sorry, you're in the state of New Jersey. You're still in the county, Ocean County, but you leave the municipality. You leave Berkeley Town. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. So sometimes there are unincorporated waters, but I don't think there's any unincorporated land. I don't believe so. I don't think New Jersey has any land that isn't incorporated. In fact, Delaware is even smaller than New Jersey, but most of Delaware is unincorporated. Pennsylvania is much bigger, but I think all of Pennsylvania is incorporated. I don't think there's any unincorporated land in New Jersey. Waters, yes, still in the county and the state, but not in the municipality. But I don't think there's any unincorporated land. I don't think New Jersey has anything unincorporated. Well, that sounds a lot like the villages of New York or the boroughs of Connecticut. They are an extra level of incorporation atop incorporation. Because if you think about it, I don't know the villages, like the villages of New York, they can straddle town and county lines, but they exist atop. The villages exist atop the town. Maybe Vermont has the same thing. I think New York and Connecticut have a lot of that. You already have a town, a municipality, an incorporated municipality, and you got this extra level of bureaucracy on top of it. Yes, the gores and the notches and whatever. I don't know about the plantations of Maine. Are they incorporated or not? But no, the villages of Vermont sound like the villages of New York or what they call boroughs in Connecticut. But I don't know about, I didn't know Vermont had villages like that, but yeah. There are some in the far north, some unincorporated gores and notch and this and that. And Maine has a ton of unincorporated territory, but they still have like survey townships and whatnot, or survey subdivisions. Yeah, no, but it doesn't matter. No, that's not true because even if you're not in a village, you're still in an incorporated town. You know what I mean? So just because there's no village, you're not in an unincorporated territory. There's still a municipal court and a municipal overseer and a municipal tax base and a mayor for the town. So I think all of New York is pretty much, well, maybe some Indian reservations or maybe some parts of the Great Lakes, the water. But I think all the land in New York is incorporated because even if you're not in a village, you're still within an incorporated town. All the counties are subdivided into towns. So I think even if towns aren't as, even if villages have more power at the hyper local level. Towns are still incorporated. Right. So you've got the villages of Vermont sound the same. The village in the town, or in New York, the village in the town is like an extra layer of bureaucracy atop an already incorporated municipality, because the towns of Vermont and the towns of New York are incorporated regardless of whether there's a village or not. The villages exist upon already incorporated municipalities. So they're, all right. Where's the keyboard? Where are you? You promised us a little 2-minute, 3-minute thing. If I get my guitar, would you bring in your keyboard? Okay, I'll do it. And now you're just being a bitch. There's no need to be a bitch. You play the Alley Cat. Is that or was it one of those Maple Leaf rags? What's the other rag? The rag, So play some ragtimey. Well, prepare yourself. Sometimes, I always tell my brother, sometimes drunk and tired is the best way. Stop. Okay, the bitch says, stop calling me a bitch. You can just make people do things. Or you can't just make people do things they don't want to do every time you want. Bitch, I don't know what you're rambling about here. I'm not asking for anything too crazy. Are you saying I'm crossing a boundary? Like, don't be a bitch. Just play your fucking keyboard for 5 minutes. Yeah, something like, ragtimey. What was his name? Scott Joplin. Let's play chopsticks. Well, instead of apologizing, why don't you actually just put your money where your mouth is? Show of hands. Is Cassandra being kind of a bitch, or is it just me? Just me? Silence means I'm right. Okay, so everyone agrees. See you, Cassandra. Yeah, but Doggo, you said the same thing about Alicia Pisha, and she's most certainly a bitch. So your opinion is kind of irrelevant to me. But okay, thank you, Doggo. Funny because it's true, and you know it's true. Put the beer. Did I empty the whole beer already? I thought I had a little. That's weird. I guess I did, because these are pints, the Carlsberg pints. And I had some beer, so I thought oh well. Yeah, because his two famous ones. There was Maple Leaf Rag, and The Entertainer. That's the one. Yeah. So see, great. I say we're in tune here. I knew you would know. I just knew it. I said she's not going to play Nine Inch Nails. I'm not going to hear Head Like a Black A. No. I'm going to hear some Scott Joplin. So I just knew it. Without knowing anything about your piano history, I'm getting a Scott Joplin tune. So get out the piano. See? It's not funny. It's called I'm Occupational Click. I know what's up, man. Stairs. It's all about stairs. I was singing something, but don't look them up because you're already so far behind the list. It doesn't matter. But wasn't I singing something? I was singing something earlier. I can't remember. Oh, now you're sick all of a sudden. Well, what happened? How are you not well? Is this like a menstruation thing? Is this, I don't know, what happened? How are we not well? Look, Doggo is going in for like leg surgery. His whatever they're called, his Senat, whatever the fuck the term was, he's getting some shit done on some muscles. He doesn't even know what they are, what they do. I mean, that to me is like, that's pretty serious. You're what? Got a little bit of a headache? Here. He's getting work done in his synovial tissue. Oh, that's pretty serious. Do you know what synovial tissue is? I don't either, but sounds pretty serious. You're saying you're as sickly as Doggo, because I hardly think so. I kind of actually think you're lying now. You just need some excuse. Yeah, menstruation. That's right. Oh, okay, thanks. Because when you use menstruation, most women are like, no, it's not that. So, but okay, all right, so fine. So, do. That's why you're being such a bitch. See, I'm right. This is why. See, Doggo, if she's telling the truth, and it's par for the course, why'd she be kind of bitchy? Well, we got a few days. I mean, maybe by the time Doggo's ready to do surgery, but the day before, you can come on and play some Scott Joplin for us. You can come on and play, Jesus Christ. You can play some Scott J. Because I mean, if you don't come on, I can't panel. Who you want me to just panel with? I mean, it's gonna be nothing but fucking dumb and Denmark guy. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Oh, Denmark guy, speak of the devil. How are you?
I command the demons out of Doggo's ass.
Well, it's not his ass, it's his legs. But you should command Cassandra to come on and play the piano.
I'm sorry, his legs. Yeah, his legs.
I mean, it might affect his ass too, but it's mostly the legs. No, we want Cassandra. She plays some keyboard, some piano. We want to hear some doot.
Come in and let's command the demons out of Doggo's legs.
Okay. We've already done that. Now we're talking about Cassandra playing the keyboard. You must command her to do that.
Yeah, on live. Let's bring her on. Yeah, come on.
Well, that's what I'd like to do. She's playing games all of a sudden. Here's Denmark guy, everybody. Oh, Doggo, thanks you for the blessing.
Yeah. It was not in Hebrew. I can't speak Hebrew, so I can't make the prayer.
You're right. They might not recognize the Christian prayer. You're right. I mean, you gotta see.
Yeah, the Christian prayer is a little bit different, as you might you can hear the wording, the words that we use.
No, it's yeah. You need something more kosher. The Christian prayers aren't kosher enough to bless Doggo's legs, but. Cassandra says, no, I'm not being cruel. I thought that when she mentioned she plays piano, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. We had we had Me Banks and Thule share their instruments. I thought, oh, you can share yours. I thought it was perfectly harmless. And it was almost as if I'd asked her if she'd have sex with me, because she was all like, how dare you? And I'm like, Christ, Jesus Christ. These arbitrary boundaries that you people come up with, these random roadblocks. Totally,
So she plays piano. So she is probably intelligent. She's not that.
I've seen monkeys play piano, but yeah, sure. I'm sure. That's just a side note. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Mastering, a piano. If she's, you need some brain to play.
Absolutely, because one hand has to know what the other hand's doing. It can be very tricky. But apparently she's I know she was.
Did you play? You look like the guy that played in a band when you were young.
I never in a band proper. I would jam with a few people. In fact, I never had a lot of friends, but a few people would say, hey, man, you can jam. My older brother's got a bass. You can play this. So I jammed a few times with some people, but that was when I was younger. I'm pretty rusty now. I was a teenager. Now in my 40s, I got to pick up my guitars. I can show you is a broken string, and I'm too lazy to buy new strings. I'm like, I sort of lost the interest, but yeah, I should probably. Yeah, I used to when I was young, teenager in my 20s, just dick around. One guy I used to work with, he and I weren't friends, but he played guitar, and he invited me to see his band play somewhere, and they asked me to join them. And the few times they only wanted me. They only tolerate me because the bass player's sick, so come play your bass or play the rhythm guitar. The guy's sick to strum these chords. So yeah, when I was younger, but not anymore. What about you, Denmark guy? Do you play any instruments?
It's actually funny, had a guitar in our family and a electrical, piano. No, keyboard thing, yeah. And out of all my siblings, I didn't really play. I tried playing guitar, but it was because I thought learning to play guitar would get me a girlfriend, because I saw a chat I saw a Chad in my class playing the guitar, and I was like, and the women was like surrounding him, and he was playing like Wonderwall. All the women were like flocking to him like birds. With that, they just saw some food or something. I was like, oh, I need to learn that. But yeah, I never really mastered it. So yeah.
Yeah, I was never that serious. I was just dicking around, strumming some chords. But yeah. But Cassandra's But Cassandra said she was pretty good at piano. We don't hear Scott Joplin, but what was that Denmark guy?
Do you know the band called? It's a singer, and it's called Low, Low. Low.
Not offhand. What was the big hit? Do they have a big hit or their obscure band? Low? I'm not sure.
I was just thinking, maybe it's too depressing for you, but you can hear it once you are off. You're like a metal kind of guy. You're not like an indie emotional guy.
No, not really. I mean, sometimes I have some obscure. I don't usually like to reference obscure bands because no one will know what I'm talking about unless you know the band. So I tend to on camera I sing more mainstream stuff. I probably sung a few indie songs that you guys just went over people's heads. So, but no, I'll listen to anything. I'll check anything out.
Like,
yeah.
The number 2, no, you can't play on here because is it like
right? When I get off, I'll check. The band is called. Are they a new band? Are they old? Or how long have they been Low?
Oh, I think Low. I think both of them that just died. But the second one is a Danish band. It's one of our most popular bands, old ass band. It's called DAD, and that is popular. I think you might like that song, "Sleeping My Day Away" with DAD. Sleeping My Day Away, yeah.
All right, I'll check it out. Now you made me think. You remember a band called Cracker? Remember a band called Cracker with a K?
No.
Well, their big hit was called Low. That's why the first thing I thought about was, be with you, girl, like being low. Hey, 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 like being stoned. The name of the song was Low. But you're talking about the name of the band is Low. I've never heard of the band Low, no.
I'm listening to it now, yeah. I didn't know it, but it sounds...
Oh, I see, yeah, you gave me the links here in the private chat. Okay, I'll check them out. Not now, because I'll get, when I get off in a little bit, I'll check them out.
That sounds quite good. I'll listen to this. Do you like the Cracker song, Cracker Low? It's kind of like indie-ish. Wouldn't you say that?
I'm sorry. Were we talking about the band Low or the song Low by Cracker? What are we talking about here?
The song Low by Cracker.
Well, yeah, that was their biggest hit when I was a teenager. I remember that from when I was growing up. Yeah, I like it. It's an okay song. Be with you, girl, like being low. Hey, 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 like being stoned. Yeah, it was all right. Sure.
What is your favorite music period?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, I think this is true for all of us. People still listen to Mozart, and he's been dead for centuries. So you can like older stuff and newer stuff. But I think anyone's teenage years, whenever you were a teenager, whatever time period that was, it's at one point in your life where you're aware enough, you're getting into music, not just what mommy and daddy put on the radio, but you still have to work, you have responsibilities. So, when they say like older people aren't hip and with it, because you kind of grow out of that. So I think the music of my teenage years, because, I was young, I was discovering music, but I still didn't have the adult responsibilities. I think it'll be true for anybody in any time period. So it's not specifically my period. It's just, I think, if I'd been born 10 years later or 10 years earlier, I would like whatever the music that was popular when I was a teenager. I think, that's what I think. But
yeah. Cass, Low. Used to listen to the song Low with Lullaby. Maybe it's too emotional, but I think it's a good song. You can listen to it, Cass. Low with Lullaby.
Wait, the name of the band is Low. The song is called Lullaby.
Yeah. They also made a song called Congregation. That is a soundtrack to the Dev movie series on HBO or something like that.
Oh.
But it's emotional music. One of the reasons why I stopped listening to emotional music is it just amplifies your sad emotions.
This is true. Well, there are some people who really aren't into music at all. Like my brother likes music, but he was slower to music. He didn't get into music until years later. He started listening to all my shit. And there are people like Todd who didn't discover the Smiths until he was in his 40s. So not everyone's a music guy. But for those of us who enjoy music, I think, the songs that were new when I was a teenager seemed so exciting because they were new. Not my parents' shit. And I was young, but aware, but not no responsibility yet. So I think I think a lot of people think fondly of their teenage years for that reason. The songs of their teenage years.
Yeah. What about, did you attend concerts and?
Not really. My brother and I were talking about this. Concerts are really social events if you think about it. You go to a concert, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, I would do. I used to have. I forget what it was called. You can ask me, Banks. They would have this. It's a long story. You probably know this geography. In the town where Me Banks lives, which isn't super far from me, and where my cousins lived, they would have like a music fest. But if you were talking about like going to an arena to watch a concert, believe it or not, no, because those are always like, it seems like a group of buddies. Or you take your girlfriend to the concert, and you go to the concert, and it's other people in groups. It's concerts are social events first, music second. So no, I was never much of a goer, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I fully agree. Unless you're like a hardcore fan or something like that.
Right, or yeah.
But yeah, I've never been to a concert where there's been like people alone, like looking like they arrived alone or something like that. So that's
well. Let me ask: when you go to concerts, who do you go with? You go by you're the only one who's there by himself, or do you go with people? Or
I stopped going to concerts when I was 19. The last concert I attended was probably I watched Prince. I was at Roskilde Festival. We had a huge festival in Denmark. It's the biggest in. I think it's one of the most popular festivals in Europe. And a lot of the big stars come. Now Prince is dead. Rest in peace. But yeah, I remember seeing Prince. And what is the song? Purple Rain, Purple Rain. It was the last day on the festival. So yeah. The Knicks, the good Knicks has been in Denmark and played the music. Yeah.
Well, I'm being told maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I could go to it. It seems like a waste. It seems like the reason people go to concerts is socialization first, music second. It's always, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I should have been going to concerts all these years. But we got Cassandra. She usually goes alone, and Doggo claims he's been to concerts alone. What about you? When you were 19, you went by yourself, or did you used to have a little group of friends? It always seemed like concerts were like a social gathering. Yeah.
It was primarily a social thing. And secondarily, it was the music. Because
Right.
Roskilde Festival, people go there for socializing.
Hmm?
And then there's like 4 days no music, and then there's 4 days cramped with all kinds of really good music. And people are drunk and hanging out with their friends, and they camp. They go with the camps, and the camp has a theme maybe, and then they have the flags and shit. It's a really special thing. You can Google Roskilde Festival. Anyways,
You're speaking too quickly. I can't understand the word you're saying. Can you type it? This festival. What festival?
It's called Roskilde. I'll type it.
Roskilde. Like the Vikings. Roskilde. Okay, Roskilde. I think that's what you're saying. Roskilde.
It's a really popular.
It's in English. It's often pronounced Roskilde. I think that's what you're saying. Roskilde. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. I'll check it out.
But I also attended. What is that white dude rapper that died? It's also US. That Nike's on my feet, keep my knife for compete. That guy, that Mike, he died of an overdose. What is the white nigga guy? Come on, man. It's like
oh yeah, I'm
Mac Miller.
Mac Miller.
I attend Mac Miller. You don't know Mac Miller? He died also of an overdose, like Prince. Yeah, all the people I see live, they just die of overdose.
Yes, you're the angel of death. You are. Yeah, you go see them and they die. Yeah.
And I also saw Wiz Khalifa.
Oh wait. Doggo says he's great. I thought wouldn't it be past tense. I thought Mac Miller was dead. He was great, but I mean, is Mac Miller dead or alive? I don't know.
Maybe he's alive in the do the Jews go to heaven? It's a serious question. I don't even know where they go.
No, I don't think they know. You ask them, they give you a vague answer like, "Oh, we're closer to God" or something. I don't know. But was Mac Miller Jewish?
Yeah, maybe he was since Doggo. Yeah, but he's great. To be honest, he was. He's like a pop, like a rap kind of thing. But it's really. It was some good music, I think. It's kind of like.
Yeah, Rogue Starling is mentioning an American radio program you've probably never heard of called Coast to Coast AM. Used to be Art Bell, who's dead, and now it's George Norrie. They might still play that. They would always play with Cusco was a Peruvian band, And they used to sell a lot of, you'd see Peruvian bands at the mall selling CDs, playing shit. Cusco, what was it called? Was the name of that song? Do the Inca Dance. That was one of their biggest hits. One of the Inca Dance, but that's kind of off topic. But yeah, so yeah, they would usually play that at the end. That's how from Kingdom of Nye. They play in with Cusco. But yeah, so we're going from white rappers to Art Bell. But it's okay. We're all over the place here. You've probably never heard of that as an American radio program. You've probably never heard of it. Yep, the Pike, exactly. No. The Pipe was Cusco was a Peruvian band. Inca Dance was the biggest hit, instrumental. But yeah, okay. But Mac Miller, I don't know who that is, but I'll look him up sometime.
What about Linkin Park?
I've heard of them. I never like again. By the time they came out, I guess I was in my 20s, so it was kind of like, you know what I mean? Not that. I still like music. I still like newer music. It just I was past that point of really, caring about all the new bands by then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. So we've talked about Mac Miller. We've talked about Art Bell. We've talked about Roskilde. Cool. Yeah, but by the time they did that, it was already passé. By the time South Park covered that, it was already passé. It was already kind of, old news. Yeah.
So, are you trying to get social housing? You told us it was like a lottery or something like that.
I'm on a bunch of lists, but nothing's coming up. My brother and I will probably have to rent a place, hopefully cheaper. I'll need to have a job on paper, so I'll probably have to try to get some kind of job. And now the government is shut down, so I don't know the federal government shut down, so I'm not sure. But yes, that's the ultimate goal. Yes.
Yeah. I just looked up the racial demographics for the U.S. and maybe it's incorrect. It says 60% white, and it used to be nearly 90% white. That's fucking crazy,
It is, yes.
I'm not a white nationalist or anything, but I'm like, even if you are leftist, you need to acknowledge that. Okay, let's say you're left or right wing, but you accept the idea about ethnogenesis, meaning that different races can intermix somewhat. Then it needs to happen slowly and controlled. But a nearly 30% drop in 70 years. That is,
yes.
And I remember when I was young in Denmark, it was around 4%, and that is 20 years ago, and today it's 10%.
Wow. See, it doesn't seem like much, but it can like really creep up. Next thing you know,
but in 100 years, yeah. But the problem in Denmark is that the leftists, it's just refugees that are the problem in Europe, because legal migration has really high entry barriers, and you need to be an upper class by the salary requirements, and so on and so forth. And the leftists, until 2015 in Denmark, there was something called a dispensation. If you couldn't learn the language or something like that, you were just granted citizenship. Just like in the US with Obama, all these illegals getting citizenship without any requirements. And the same thing happened in Denmark until 2015. So, but that's crazy, man. Yeah, you're getting brownified quick.
There, yep, I agree. It's very true. And these foreign brown folks get things that I don't. I'm the downtrodden poor, and I'm a native born. Where's my, housing and free food and all that shit?
Yeah. They should make a special grant that all the heritage Americans that can track their lineage to that can get to increase the white birth rate. I'm not saying that there can't be any
I think that's not what you're saying would have been great like 40, 50 years ago. I think it's too late. I think we're past the point of no return with that. I think it's a lost cause. People are now starting to realize it, but it's a lost cause. I don't think there's much you can do at this point.
Yeah. Also, the problem is just basically that white women and white men don't fucking get together and have children, And now all the white men are importing all the Asian women and shit,
I guess that's part of it. No woman of any race wanted to have kids with me, so I was a lost cause myself regardless, so it didn't really matter. It's not like I had the opportunity but turned it down, so I don't really... It's almost like, fuck it, who cares? I'm not going to have a future generation to leave the planet too, so who gives a shit at this point? It's sad, it's heartbreaking, but ultimately it won't affect me. Society turns its back on me while it destroys itself, so...
Yeah, but the problem for you and me and for our age range roughly is that when we get old, it will be more chaotic and you will need somebody. If my father didn't have me, and he's a native, he's a native and but his family's dead, but if you don't have somebody who wants to fucking like do the all, take them to hospital and learn them all this IT shit, man, they will just have been gone. They die before young and all this shit. So who's gonna take care of you?
Right. Well, I mean, you can always. I've heard horror stories where people do have kids, and either the parents are fuck up assholes or the kids are spoiled. Either way, and the kids say, "We're not taking care of you." So even having kids, there's no guarantee. You know what I mean? So I hear what you're saying, but even if you do have kids, they might say you suck and turn their back on you, for better or for worse. So it's not, I mean, yes, you're statistically a better chance, but there's no guarantee your kids will be there for you. I regret taking care of my parents because they were fucking ingrates. But yeah, so I mean, I'm past the point of return. But what about you? You still want to have kids? You want to import a foreign lady and have a child with her, or?
Yeah. I've thought about doing the what's it called, the surrogate mother. You have you pay a woman, and you take a donor egg and your sperm, and then you have a child. That is increasing. The legislation is increasingly become not the norm or anything like that, but just like
the woman who has the baby isn't the mother. You take another woman's egg, your sperm, and you put it into this. Okay.
Yeah, I could play with the idea if my mother and dad had me young, but they had me quite old, as I've mentioned, and I need some kind of support system, because especially if you're alone, you need a bigger guarantee of a support system. Maybe you only have your parents, that is two, and if they're old when you have your child, then they die, and it's only you. So I think that idea is kind of like that for me. So. I will probably I need a woman, but yeah.
So you will raise this kid as a single father, hoping that it takes care of you when you get older?
Well, that was how it was, back in 200 years ago. You had children in order for them to take care of you or something like that.
Yeah, but you got married. You had a wife. You had the kid with. It's like you're skipping a step here. So okay.
Yeah. But you always need to think in alternative ways. It's a really alternative world today. So what the fuck are you gonna do?
I guess. Yeah, maybe. You have some daughter who runs away with some Nigerian refugee and isn't even there for you, and you'd be like, I had a kid to take care of me, and she ran off with some Negro, and here I am. So, I mean, there's no guarantee. It sounds like a weird plan. It seems like we're trying to cheat. It's almost like you're trying to cheat, and I don't mean that in like a way like don't cheaters never. I mean, it's like you're skipping a step. You couldn't get a woman, but that's okay. I can still have a baby. Well, if you can't get a woman, you're probably not fit to have a baby. That's how I see it. If you can't even get a woman and have your kid, you probably shouldn't be having kids. That's how kids come next. First you get a woman, then you can worry about if you want to be a father or not. So it's almost like, to me, it's like skipping a step. I hear you're saying about the alternative world, but I don't think it's going to work. I just don't think it will work out, but who knows?
Yeah. I agree. But the question is, if you actually had a wife and you would probably get divorced, would it be easier or worse? Like if you had a non ex-wife that didn't collaborate with you. It was like a fight each time.
Well, I mean, like you don't get to see the kids. So okay, so you have these kids, but they don't even know you because their mother keeps them from you. So that's another example of how having kids is no guarantee. I guess the biggest problem wouldn't be the ex-wife. It would be if she keeps the kids from you, then you wouldn't be able to like know your kids, and the kids wouldn't be there when you get old because the ex-wife would tell them, your father was horrible, he was a monster, and and your kids don't want anything to do with you. So yeah, that would be worse if the mother is poisoning the minds of the kids.
Yeah. Who is this rogue starting? Do we know?
I think he used to go by the name Lone Hiker. I think this is Lone Hiker. You can ask. Do you know who Lone Hiker is? Have you heard of him or no?
Yeah. I've heard about him. Yeah.
I think that's who this is. I'm not sure. You can ask him. It seems like him. I think he blocked me. I don't think I can see him. He probably blocked me with his old account. He's another one of those, people who get all weird for no reason and they still want to come back. Like DBF, he's like one of those types. So I think I don't know for sure, but I would guess Lone Hiker.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about Dumb. How Dumb likes to work. He needs to work. He's like a worker bee. And now he really can't because he's on this weird visa and no one wants to hire him. So he must be going nuts because he was always the type who wanted to work. Even when he was unemployed, he wanted to fix his house. He needs to be doing something. It gives him a sense of purpose. So now he's just existing, but not able to really do much of anything. So he must be going nuts to some extent.
You just uploaded 2 video shorts with him visiting stuff with Dana.
Oh, that's cool. I'd love to see more everyday life, not tourist shit. Can you maybe take a little drive out into the country and say, oh, okay, here's some Australian roads and talk about it's it would be nice to see everyday life, not I went to the waterfall again.
Yeah.
So what else? I'm running out of beer. Do I get another beer or do I end it soon? I'm not sure. What do the others think?
What is the time?
It's about 3:00 in the morning where I am. I should probably try to get up earlier. I felt like crap. Now actually I feel like the second wind. Maybe I was going through bad alcohol withdrawal. So I felt like crap earlier. Now I feel like, I don't know.
Alcohol. Okay, yeah. How does it feel, the alcohol withdrawal?
Well, I'm assuming a lot of anxiety, even for me, hyper anxious, shaky. But then again, it might just be anxiety in general. I don't know where the line is drawn. Maybe I've gotten more tired. I actually feel better now than I did earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't watch any of Dumb's new videos. So they're going on something about flies. What's wrong with Australian flies? I don't get it.
They like the American blood.
What? No, Australian flies. They drink blood. They're like horse flies.
No, I thought there was mosquitoes or something. No, yeah, it's probably.
Wait, excuse me. What are the flies? I don't understand.
It's because I don't know why flies. They like him. Maybe he needs to take a bath or something. I don't know. I don't know why flies. I've never experienced flies flying, attacking. Maybe it's the Australian flies or something.
I don't know. No, I didn't stop drinking per se, but I guess maybe when my sleep was interrupted because the phone rang. This guy was talking about a potential job. He was going to email me a thing to do a background check, and then I couldn't really get back to sleep, so I kind of woke up out of it, and I felt super anxious.
Yeah. Do you use melatonin?
No, but I have some here. I haven't used this in a long time. You see this? I bought this years ago. It just sits up there. I rarely use it. I could take it. Now I actually do sleep okay. It's one of the few things I can do. Just I want to turn myself off, lay down, and rot. It's only because I was woken up. The phone rang. No one usually calls me. The phone rang. I was like, oh, so it fucked up my pattern. So sleeping isn't usually a problem. It's just the phone threw me off. But I think this is melatonin. These are some kind of. I haven't used these in years. Let's take a look. These are some kind of sleep gummies. Maybe I will take one for fun. I'm gonna have another beer. Maybe I'll take one for fun and see what happens. Here. A boost for. It says it's a boost for the ultimate sleep. melatonin, L-theanine, and botanicals. Do you know what L-theanine is?
Yeah. L-theanine is a phytochemical that is primarily in tea, herbal teas.
Well, it actually tastes like crap, but what the hell? You mentioned melatonin. This has that.
Yeah,
I don't want to swallow it. I want to try to savor it. I'm trying to savor it. It tastes like crap. It's not very good. Maybe it's stale. I don't know if it ever tasted good. I bought this like 3 or 4 years ago. It's never used. It just sits there.
Yeah.
And the last time I took this years ago, I had like really weird dreams. I remember my dreams were all like fucked. I was like,
Hey, the gabapentin, if you take that before sleep, it increases your deep sleep. It's actually a quite good medication for sleep enhancement.
I didn't know that. I didn't take any pills today. When I go down, I'm getting another beer. I take a gabapentin. I'll just take the gabapentin or whatever this is, this sleep aid thing. Sleep aid gummy.
Yeah, I'll take melatonin as well. I just don't take it in a gum form.
Well, you taking the pill form or what?
It's like a tablet, but I break my tablet up because you don't need that much.
Okay. Well, you get.
Actually, I'll take a quarter of 1 milligram.
All right. I'll hang tight. I'll be right back.
Look at that old TV monitor in the back. He fell asleep. He already fell asleep. No, there he is. There he is.
I forgot my. Here, you can talk. I forgot my gabapentin.
He's gonna fall asleep. He's gonna pass out. It's gonna be a 24-hour stream. This one. He fell asleep. He took the melatonin and fell asleep.
Okay, this is a gabapentin, which I didn't take any pills today. But usually if I take pills after I get up and I'm awake, if I feel like it, I'll take a bunch of pills. Like I got the Lipitor. Sometimes I'll take a propranolol, whatever it's called. Sometimes I'll take the Prozac. I haven't taken that in a while. But I just took a sleep aid with L-theanine and melatonin and botanicals. And now, at the advice of my good buddy Denmark guy,
No.
I'm going.
No. Wait. No. Don't swallow.
I'm listening. What? Okay. You told me take it before. I've never taken it. What?
Yeah, because gabapentin. Okay, you cannot be drunk and take gabapentin because let me explain. Okay, well you can do it. It's not that dangerous, but if you are really, really drunk, your respiratory rate decreases somewhat, and gabapentin in high doses also decreases respiratory rate. So you do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
So, yeah, as long as you don't take too much and get too drunk, it's not a problem.
Jagged little pill. Yeah. I swallowed it down.
Yeah, but gabapentin is really good. You can Google gabapentin slow wave sleep. A lot of people use it only for increasing the deep sleep. I feel really rested after I've tried it.
No, I believe you. I didn't know that. So thank you. I didn't know it was a sleep aid. I thought it was something you take in the morning or, when you get up. I thought you should take it at the start of the day, not, you might be right.
Yeah,
It does have numbing effects, but I didn't realize it actually aided with the sleep process. But okay.
yeah, it's also used in anxiety and for nerve pain and all kinds of weird shit. Yeah.
Right. That's why I was giving it. But yeah, I didn't realize it could help. I don't think I've ever taken it before bed. So.
Yeah. I look into. Sometimes I read a little about sleep, and people try to enhance the sleep, and some people use gabapentin for that. People who are healthy.
Well, see what happens. Well, but wait, forget about the beer. The beer. Forget about the beer. It's bad. Let's forget the alcohol for a minute. How is gabapentin going to mix with melatonin and L-theanine? How's it going to mix with these?
No problem.
Okay, all right, no problem there. All right, cool.
It's all you can bring a beer and shit. Just don't get too drunk.
No, I'm not getting too now.
You should. I think the warning is only valid for people who suffer from sleep apnea.
I don't think I suffer. I've never had a sleep test done, but I don't think it's a problem for me. But let me ask you, Denmark guy. I think you might have told me once. I'm going to ask you again. What pills do you take on a regular basis or semi? You say you take melatonin. What other pills do you like to take? I mean, are you taking some kind of blood pressure pill, or am I mistaken? You take a few pills, or?
No, I take a low dose statin, and I take gabapentin sometimes. When I remember, I take gabapentin before sleep because it's.
We're gonna get back to that, but I'm gonna put you behind stage. Look here. Everyone was you were Doggo Food. I used to call you Doggo Food Frodo after Dragon Lord Frodo, and a nice ring to it. Dragon Lord Frodo, Doggo Food Frodo. I would add the Frodo. I think that's why you changed it. It wasn't because everyone was calling you Doggo. You got sick of me calling you Doggo Food Frodo. You didn't like the Frodo part. So I think that's why you dropped it. But getting back, so you take melatonin. What else?
Yeah, I see melatonin as a supplement. But anyways, I take gabapentin and I take a low dose statin.
You say atorvastatin or what?
A low dose statin. Yeah, it is atorvastatin.
It's a type of statin, but that's for cholesterol or blood pressure. I think that's a cholesterol thing, isn't it? The statin.
Yeah, you take the same statin. I take the same statin.
I take Lipitor or atorvastatin. It's a type of statin, for cholesterol. Yes.
But I only take around 2.5 milligrams 2 times a week.
Of the statin or of the gabapentin?
Of the atorvastatin, Lipitor.
Lipitor. Well, how often do you take gabapentin?
Yeah, I should take it every night, but I always forget it and I fall asleep.
Well, how many milligrams?
I think it's 300 milligrams.
I just took a 400. The point is, so you only take it once per day right before bed. If you're going to take it, you would take it before. You only do 1 pill per day right before bed, or do you take several?
I don't take it when I'm awake. No.
Okay. Well, I think it's used for anxiety because it numbs you out when you're awake, but I guess you take it as a helpful sleep aid. There was another medicine I really loved. I still have some, but I haven't used it in years. It was called mirtazapine or Remeron. Ever heard of mirtazapine or Remeron?
Yeah, I've tried.
It might be a different name. They might have a different generic or brand name in what's it called? I almost said Holland. I'm sorry, in Denmark, but in America, mirtazapine or Remeron. I like that, but that was a great sleep aid. I wouldn't want to take that during my waking hours, but that was a great sleep aid. That would just knock me out, and you wake up hungry.
I have a whole nother story, but when I look on the data, a lot of people like mirtazapine, and it's widely used in Denmark also. But one of the benefits of mirtazapine also is that it increases your deep sleep. And it has shown in large scale registry data that mirtazapine and its sister drug called trazodone is actually associated with a lower incidence of neurodegenerative diseases, probably because it increases deep sleep. But the problem with mirtazapine is that the half-life of the drug is really, really long, so it makes people drowsy when they're awake. So that is one of the reasons I can't take it, and a lot of other people don't
But yeah,
like it.
like I was just saying, I wouldn't want to take it. I think I was even on trazodone after I went to the hospital for a tear in my inferior upper gastric artery. I forgot why I was put on Remride. It might have been the meniscus. I might have been because I was in pain. I told it I can't sleep. I'm in a lot of pain. I think it was we're going back to my meniscus surgery. I think that's why the doctor gave me mirtazapine. He didn't give me any refills, but I remember I would take one pill before bed, and within like an hour, I'd be like, and I'd sleep and sleep. And I'd get up and I'd be hungry and I'd like, I want to eat. So I would never want to take that during the day, but I couldn't sleep because I was with the torn meniscus and even before the surgery. I think I got it before the surgery. He said, start taking this because I couldn't sleep. I was doing physical therapy because I told you they wouldn't operate until I gave physical therapy a try. So I said, I can't, I'm in pain. I'm laying here in bed. I can't sleep. Every time I turn over, the leg hurts. It's like, so he gave me mirtazapine and it knocked me right out. But that was when I tore my meniscus. Yeah.
It makes me really drowsy. So I can't take it in any way. But I would.
I mean, real quick, like you were saying with almost like with gabapentin, it could be used for anxiety. It could also be used for sleep. Mirtazapine, I guess it's an antidepressant. I guess because it numbs you. If someone's super depressed, they take it and it makes them numb. But it can also be used as a sleep aid. I was prescribed mirtazapine not for depression or anxiety as well before. Yeah. I was prescribed it for a sleep. The doctor said, make sure you don't take this while you're awake or driving or drinking. Take this right before you're ready for bed. And within an hour, I took it as it was for me. It was a sleep aid. Yeah, it was. I think it is an antidepressant. It was used as a sleep aid, like gabapentin. Yeah.
It's also well known for increasing your appetite, so you gain a couple of kilos probably.
Right. He did. I said I don't care. I was, at the time I was later 20s. I didn't care about that. But yeah, it makes you very, very hungry. But that was like, wow, within an hour I'd be like, I gotta lay down. I didn't feel drunk. I felt more like, man, I should be asleep. And you'd fall right.
I got fired. I got fired because of mirtazapine.
Oh, do tell what happened?
Yeah, so I've been on and off these fucking antidepressant pills that doesn't work for me. But anyways, when I worked full time as a nursery assistant, I don't actually know if I got fired, but okay, let me tell the story. So I was at this tiny kindergarten. It was like a tiny kindergarten, and it was one of my first time full time jobs, and it was only women there, and it was. Somewhat full time, but it was like a vacancy. And then while I worked there, I got a new job full time at a place where I knew people and I would rather work there. So I told them when I began a couple of days after I began that, so I would like to quit the job or get fired or something like that. In Denmark, you just say getting fired doesn't mean you have done anything wrong. It can mean that you're just transitioning to another job. Anyways, so one day, these women, it was my first time as the kindergarten, and I told them, just tell me if I do something wrong, and I've never changed a diaper or anything, but you can just teach me it. And these women spoke to me indirectly or something like that, and they never told me anything and just left me alone. And I was like, okay, so I'm probably doing an decent job. But anyways, I always arrived late at the job because I take mirtazapine. It made me so fucking sleepy. I slept like 14 hours a day or something like that. So fuck that pill. And then I arrived one day, a couple of days after, I told them I had a new job, and then they say, I've not asked them, and now they're closed. But anyways, they told me, they told me that I met a couple of minutes late, and they told me, yeah, you can just leave. And I looked at them and I was like, well, okay, I guess. Then I just took I took my food with me, and then I just left. Yeah, so that's that story. So mirtazapine made me late every day. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's hard to get up. I remember that. But what's interesting about the story, it sounds kind of like Xenesis' story. Wasn't he a kindergarten teacher and he got tired of it? And in Austria, he said, I don't want to quit. Say that, You fired me. That way I can get bucks. And the women were like, okay, we hate to lose you, but okay, if you want us to say you got fired, so we'll help you. But it's amazing how, I guess, is it more common in Europe for men to work these sorts of jobs? Because I wouldn't even think about working with kids, let alone changing diapers. It's just not, first, it's not an appropriate job for a male to begin with. Well, first, I wouldn't want to do it, period, because I don't give a fuck about kids. But it's just so, you look at it with suspicion. When a man wants to do these kinds of jobs, it's like an eyebrow raise. So it's very rare. Most of the men who do it are usually, queer. You don't get a lot. It's not really I wouldn't think of being a babysitter or a nanny or a diaper changer. It's not, it's fun. In this country, maybe in Europe, it's more accepted. I find, because Zenesis was a kindergarten teacher or something, right?
This is nearly 15 years ago. So, but back then, it was before the Me Too area shit started. So, but back then,
where's where I disagree? Maybe even in this country, America, long before Me Too, all my life, all of my adult life, it's been looked down upon as weird. So maybe it's an American thing, and Europeans don't care. This is way before Me Too. It was always seen, all my lifetime was seen as a male teaching kindergarten, a male changing diapers. What? And my mother used to work at a daycare center. And every now and then they would hire a guy. They didn't last too long, and they were always, to be honest, they were always fags. Like flight attendants, the stewards, male flight attendants are usually, or male nurses. It's one of the stereotypes, but it's usually a handful of gay guys, and they don't usually last. It's not really a male profession, but you and Zenesis, you're both Europeans. You did this, what's considered women's work in this country.
But this was after, you could be on, we can ping pong, but anyway. Yeah, 5 to 10% of the employers at the kindergarten are males, and so that is the statistics. I looked it up yesterday. But I know several males. It's not for me. It wasn't a career choice. It was just when you finish high school or something like that, a gymnasium in Europe, as we call it. You need to work, and you probably work full time for a half to 1 year. Then you take the money and travel across Europe or Asia. So, it wasn't it wasn't a long-term thing for me. I've only worked there for like 1.5 years or something like that in total. So, but it's correct that the males who work there, they primarily work with the age group that is just before they started school. So that there isn't a lot of diaper and, hygiene shit. It is more, the majority of 4 and 5 year olds can wipe their own, butt and shit, So but sometimes you need to help at the other sub departments with the younger children.
Right.
And then you need to change diapers and shit. So yeah,
it's a common rite of passage in Europe for men to work what men in America would never think of working. So we know that Zenesis and now Denmark guy work with young children. Did Totem, the Swede in Norway, ever work with young children? You guys, it's like a very, I guess, like here, maybe I'll pump gas, or I'll work at a grocery store, or I'll work at I'm trying to think of some shit job. It's like a normal job for guys in Europe to work with children. That's so weird. It's very rare in America. It's seen as suspicious, and I wouldn't want to do it anyway, but it's it's unusual. It's so strange hearing these Europeans nonchalantly, oh yeah, I used to work at a daycare center. Like, really? Okay, interesting.
But Senes is educated within the field. I'm not. The majority of people that when I worked at another daycare, it was probably around 30% that were men at that daycare because they just finished high school and needed a 1 year full-time kind of job.
Right, but yeah, I'm trying to tell you, in America, it's very rare for people who are just out of school to take that kind of job. Yeah, it's very. I don't know what the statistics are. You can look them up yourself. In America, men in daycare is rare. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but sounds like it's much more common in Europe. So that's interesting about cultural differences. Very, very rare. I graduated what we call high school. I want to go to college. Maybe I need some money. Do I want to wait tables or be a busboy? Do I want to pump gas? Do I want to work at the liquor store? Do I want to drive a tow truck? I don't think the average man said, "Oh, what do you think? Let me be a daycare worker." It's just not even like a thing, or a maid. It's not, and part of the bias, it's not just it's women's work. People, especially women, feel uncomfortable. There's a man with children. Oh no, there's a man cleaning my house. Yeah, it's maids and daycare. It's almost entirely female. I wouldn't even think to get a job like that. Wouldn't want one, but wouldn't think of it. But interesting. Europe is a different place. Okay.
But this is the data that the story and the data I just told you is only for kindergartens, and when you start at school, I think it's around a third of the what we call it's actually a bachelor degree. It's called pedagogy or pedagogy and a third of
pedagogy. But
yeah,
okay, but okay, so
a third of them that work at the school level, they are men. But when it's at a school environment, the children are older, you know, you don't need to wipe their ass and shit, you know. So it's only like keep control of them and shit like that.
No, that's cool. That's cool. What I'm trying to tell you is you're saying, oh, when they're babies, it's all women. When they get a little older, I'm saying in America, it's not till like fucking high school or maybe teenage years that you start seeing male teachers. And even that's kind of rare. I mean, I'm just talking about the cultural differences between, you know, the USA and Europe. I'm trying to give you some background. Cassandra's backing me up. She knows it's not common at all. I'd be hard pressed to ask Doggo, ask what's his name, Lone Hiker, ask Dumb. Did any of them ever work or think to work in any kind of children's setting? It just different world here. For better or for worse, it's a different world. But sorry, I'm not knocking you. I'm just saying it's very different. I see in Europe.
I'll just ask AI.
Yes.
How it is in Denmark. I'll come up with some statistics.
All right. This matters because even if it were male friendly, I wouldn't want to fucking wipe asses or look at children. Fuck that. My father wanted me to be a high school teacher. He said, that's great because you get summers off and you're part of a union. They can't fire you. But I'm like, yeah, but I got to work with fucking kids. High school is a nightmare for me. I don't want to go back to high school the rest of my life. My father wasn't a teacher, but he thought it'd be so great because, they get summers off and they get these union benefits. It'll be he was thinking about like the employment aspect, but what about the actual work? My father never got that. But and like just because I like to lecture about history and maps and shit doesn't mean I can be a teacher. There's that comes second. The expertise and knowledge is second. My father, you like to read history books and look at maps. You'd be a good teacher. Summers off. I'm like, that's.
Yeah, my AI is not working right now. Anyways, yeah. But yeah, anyway.
Stop telling him you're wrong. Both Xenesis in Austria and Denmark guy in Denmark are saying it's different in Europe. They both worked as, you know, children's teachers or whatever, children's aides.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it's normal, but it's probably, I think.
Not as normal, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I would, but I couldn't get a job, so I just took that job. Yeah. But in being a teacher in Denmark, it's like a women majority. Yeah, that is also why there's so many children that are fucked and shit like that. I think.
Well, you'd prefer there were more male teachers? I mean, I don't think teachers.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think of myself. I think my teachers. I was talking to my brother about this. It's like I don't really remember the quote unquote good teachers. The teachers that stick out were the real pieces of shit. Like when I was in 11th grade, wherever you call that, my junior year of high school, like the one history teacher hated me. She fucking hated my guts. She even wrote on my tests, I don't think you belong in this class. It was I'm not going to explain this. This is for my American audience. I loved history, so I took this AP history course, advanced placement, and the teacher did not like me. But when it came time to take the actual test, like the national test, I aced it, where some of her darling students failed miserably because she sucked as a teacher. She sucked. Nothing she did in class prepared. Not that I needed her. I could have probably taken the test without taking the class, but I took this AP advanced history when I was a junior in high school. I got like a high score, kind of this ties back into that Census Bureau job I had. And I remember the teacher, you know, she just, it was towards the end of the school year. Yeah, she never liked me, wanted me. It was again, it's amazing. I just made this connection. That history teacher didn't like me, just like at the Census Bureau, they didn't like me, even though I was like, you know, light years ahead of the people you prefer. Just because you like someone as a person or hate someone because they're an ugly fucking spurg, that has no bearing on their ability to do. And I'll never forget her name. Her name was, well, maybe I shouldn't say her name because I don't want you guys doxing her and sending her emails, but And she was much older. I was a teenager. Woman was probably in her 50s. She was a fucking cunt. And it was like, you don't belong in this class. Then how come I'm acing the test, which you're supposed to be preparing us for, and your darling students are failing miserably? So you remind me of a memory. Okay. Yeah, I remember the bad teachers more than the good teachers, but I don't think male or female. What I'm trying to say is I don't like teachers. I think most of them are just assholes. I really have no respect for most teachers. Just putting that out there.
You can read up the answer in the private chat. I just sent it to you.
But to answer Cassandra's question, again, I know this is very American. I know when I say 11th grade, junior year, you might not know what that means in high school. I understand you might know what an AP course is. It was U.S. history. This is AP U.S. history. I also took the AP world history. Or did I? Was there a world history? I can't remember now. The point is, that was my junior year in high school. It was advanced placement U.S. history. And the teacher didn't like me. I got a very bad grade in the class. Her darling students failed the test miserably. I got one of the highest grades, because the grades they weren't supposed to be public, but word gets out, you get your thing in the mail. I got like a 5 on the test, which it was scored 1 to 5. I got a 5. Her darling students, well, I got a 2, but I had mono. And this one fucking girl. It was one girl. Her name was Karen. Her name was actually Karen, and she was on. We got in this bus, and they drove us to a firehouse to take the test because you can't take the test in the school. They want you to take the test outside of school. And this girl was going on about, yeah, I know, I aced this. I did great. The following school year, our senior year, I only got a 2, but it wasn't my fault. I had mono. I felt like crap that day. I'm like, really? You seem pretty fucking upbeat to me. And the teacher loved Karen. She gets a fucking 2. I get a 5, which is the highest, it's 1 to 5 is how it's scored. And the teacher, you should drop out. It's like, stupid. I haven't, your job is to prepare us for a test. You're not doing that. So you don't like what I took the class like a spurg, I'm like, give me facts, give me details. This teacher wanted us to have like debates about, okay, should we have it's the 1850s, the antebellum years. Should we have a civil war? Okay, you guys are going to be the Southern Democrats and you'll be the Northern Republicans and you'll be the Westerners and you debate and I'm like, this is stupid. We know the South have the right to secede. Let's argue that. We know the South is going to secede. We know there's going to be a civil war. We know the Union's going to win. Why are we playing this stupid game? This isn't preparing us for a test. So she never liked me, but I was there to pass a test, not play games. But the point of the story is I'll always remember her more than any good teacher. The ones that were really nasty are the ones that I remember best. But yeah. I'm sure you came on my channel. We're sharing things. Ideas come up, but okay. If this is boring, you can go back to talking about kindergarten or whatever.
So there's basically double the amount of men in preschool and kindergarten in Denmark compared to US.
Right. It's rare in Denmark, but it's more even though it's rare, even though females are more common, it sounds like it's more common in America more common in Europe versus America for males in those sorts of work environments. I'm not saying males the majority, they're still a minority, but they're a larger minority in Europe than they are in the USA. But on a side note, I'm getting because I'm talking to you, I'm reading these comments. I'm kind of falling behind, but Cassandra and Aiden are going to meet up. That's cool. I was going to have the two of them on. Do you know who Aiden is? Denmark guy. You remember Aiden? Any idea who Aiden is?
Yeah. It's the guy with the dark hair, isn't it? The gaming channel.
Yeah, he's from Canada. He's schizophrenic. Yeah. He wanted to meet up with Caps, and I was going to bring them both on, but first Cassandra's got to play her fucking keyboard. She promised us a musical.
I think it's schizoid.
I think it's. He told me he hasn't had an episode in a long time, but I thought, I could be wrong. I thought it was schizophrenia. I thought he did have delusions when he was younger. I'm not sure though. We can ask him, but But Cassandra and Aiden are going to meet up. That's cool. Cassandra, first you got to play your keyboard, then you can talk to Aiden on my channel if you want. What do you think, Denmark guy? Would you like to see Cassandra and Aiden talk to each other on my panel? Would that be fun?
Yeah.
I think so too. But what about the keyboard? Do you want to see Cassandra play some keyboard? What do you think?
Yeah, I would really love that. Yeah.
Exactly. Cassandra is being a bitch. It's okay to call a bitch a bitch. Call a spade a spade. Call a bitch a bitch. Yeah, Cassandra's being kind of a twat here, but that's it. Typical. And yes, that's true. I remember like this one swimming pool. A lot of the teachers would like be lifeguards over the summer. I understand it's not guaranteed. My father my father knew nothing about the education world. He just thought, you like to go on and on about maps and history and this and that. You can just stand in front of the classroom all day, lecture the students, and you get to have summers off, and they can't fire you once you get your tenure, the teachers union. And I'm like, so I think my father didn't see teaching. He wasn't thinking of the job itself. He was thinking about all the perks that come with it. Summers off and benefits and teachers union can't fire you. He wasn't thinking, how am I, a fucking retard, socially inept, ugly spurg, supposed to like corral these kids? Because that's what it is. So my father thought I should become a teacher, but I'm like, this ain't gonna work.
It's high stress. In Denmark, we have a problem with recruiting teachers because there's so many that actually have a teacher education that choose to leave the field within a couple of years after starting. Yeah, it is a high stress job. I would do it if we had more conservative tools to use, but you're not allowed to do anything. And yeah.
By the way, I'm not trying to, on a side note, I'm not trying to make anyone do. I'm not making anyone do anything. I said, why wouldn't you come play your keyboard? You want to participate? You want to support the channel? So you say. I said, cool, play a little keyboard, just like Mebanks and Thule played their instruments. What's the problem? You act as if I'm, making some crazy statement. Like again, I don't hear about boundaries. I think it's perfectly fair. What do you think, Denmark guy? Isn't it a perfectly reasonable thing to say, hey, you play keyboard, come on sometime and just play the song. What the hell? We're all friends here. I thought it was totally reasonable. She's acting like, how dare I ask her to do that? How dare I? I've crossed a boundary, which I see as bitchy behavior. That's just my opinion. What do you think? You're in the middle of it now, Denmark guy. What do you think? Tell Cassandra. You can say whatever you want. You can insult me too if you want, if you agree with her.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I will just enjoy, listening to some good music. Yeah,
exactly. We're all friends here. Even if she's rusty, who cares? We listen to Totem.
Yes,
right. Totem. I'm not saying Totem's a bad bass player. Just we really couldn't hear him that well. But if Totem could do that, why can't you just play a little rusty thing of chopsticks? I feel like this isn't how friends treat friends. You're being a bitch. But and Denmark guy agrees with me. So just putting that out there. Yeah, I was the guitar. I got a guitar, but a couple guitars. I can't be bothered anymore. I don't give a shit anymore. I'll pick one up one of these days.
Let's hear you now play a 2-minute song.
Who?
Let's see you play on the guitar for 2 minutes.
Well, give me all right. Well, no, I want Cassandra to play keyboard, then I'll bring up my guitar. But I'm looking at my guitars right over there. It's got a broken string. I got to buy new strings and restring it. I probably have to replace all of them. One string broke some time ago, and I never bothered. It's out of tune. I could play it. I'll tune it up one day and play it. But right now, Cassandra is supposed to go on first. Then I'll play my shit guitar. I do want to play some some electric, do the power chords, palm muting. I could play. I'll stick around. I'll learn a song, play it on camera. Why not? But right now it's Cassandra's turn.
I cannot believe that you have that old fucking.
Did I say Totem? I meant the T name, whatever it was. The guy with the spick in Arizona. His name begins with a T, whatever that is. It was Thule. Well, no, it's Cthulhu. So I call him Thule. That's what I meant. The spick in Arizona, not the Norwegian in Sweden. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in Africa right now? By the way, I'm sorry. Totem, aren't you supposed to be in Africa, or is that next week? Totem told us all he was going to Africa sometime in mid-October. I didn't write down the calendar, the date. Aren't you supposed to be in Africa right now? Why am I talking to you?
Totem is a girl or male?
That to be decided, to be determined. We're not sure. We're not sure. We ain't sure, pal.
How kom lige på join the stream her, bare lige 2 minutter, man.
Yep. Listen to that. Listen to that beautiful Swedish.
Yeah. 2 minutter. To minutter. Kom lige på og snak.
Well, first of all, a couple things. I didn't ask you to play your guitar. I said play the fucking keyboard. You know piano better than guitar, so I don't care about your broken keyboard. I don't care about your broken guitar string. I want to hear you play keyboard. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. I just took some pills. Bear with me. No, it's not your private business because you shared it with us. You said you were going to Africa sometime in mid-October. I can't remember what week. It was sometime. It wasn't the last week. It was either this week or next week. You told us this. You volunteered this information. I guess it was all just bullshit. But you told us you and a buddy were going to go to Africa and something about, I don't know if sex tourism is involved, but yeah, he was going to Africa. Or is he talking to you? That is my pride. Is he talking to me or you? Because you were speaking Swedish.
No. She's talking to you. I just told her to join the stream, and that was it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, lie or not, when you lied, what week did you say? Was it this week or next? So even if it's all a lie, did you tell us it was this week or next week? I can't remember. I thought it was sometime in October. I thought, oh, good, I'll get a totem break. I'll get a week or two without totem. That'd be interesting. Because he wasn't going to stream or record anything in Africa, but yeah. Anyway. Yes, Cassandra's got to come on and play her keyboard. Totem needs to tell us when he's going to Africa. What else is new with you, Denmark G? How have you been? I mean, wow, the beer's going down easily. I think the pills help me drink the beer faster. I'll get another beer in a minute. What are you up to? What's going on in the life of Denmark guy?
Well, I was actually, I had an interview as a handicap assistant, and it went quite well. And then one week after, I thought, why haven't they given me a reply? Then I texted them, I sent them an email, and they called me up and was like, "Oh, but yeah." Basically, they forgot me, and they told me that I don't know if it's a lie, but they told me that the guy that I needed to what's it called when you learn how to be, take the course at that handicapped guy, he was basically going crazy, something like that. So they put me on. They told me I'm on a reserve list now, but I just think the reserve list is for people that they don't want to really get hired or something like that. So yeah, so that didn't go quite well. Yeah. So.
The guy who teaches you how to work with retards became a retard. I mean, that could just be a lie. Who knows? It just sounds kind of bullshitty.
No. The person he became sick or something like that. The handicapped person.
Okay. The handicapped trainer became handicapped. Okay. I'm gonna grab one more beer. You want to feel? I either put the timer on, or you can talk to these people. What would you like to do?
Just put the timer on.
You're actually in luck. I'm getting drunk and tired. I think the pills are hitting me. The L-theanine or whatever it's called. I actually, because I was drinking Carlsberg, which is a pint, 16 ounces. I don't know if that makes any sense to you. I forgot. Instead of one pint, I grabbed 2 regular 12 ounces, so I don't have to go down for a beer. All right, what else? Okay, so you're on a reserve list. Are you looking for another job in the meantime, or what?
Yeah, but I don't know. I asked a couple of my friends what they do. I have a large gap in my CV, and they told me, "Oh, we just put something on and shit." I'm like a rule-abiding guy. I never lie on my CV and shit. So, but I'm thinking about putting some shit
so
on.
real quick, I always forget, we call it a resume. CV is short for what? It's a Latin.
Yeah, it's a resume. Yeah.
No, I understand, but what does CV stand for? Curriculum vitae.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, curriculum vitae or something like that.
Right now, do you have to put your photograph? You have to put a picture of yourself on your CV, or
no? You do not. You do not have to do it. Yeah.
Okay, I know some places they said, some countries they got to put a picture on their CV. But okay, so yeah, we don't usually put pictures on resumes. So I guess in Denmark you don't put pictures on your CV because I wonder how much that would hurt you. Yeah, thank you for looking it up. I was asking him off. Yeah, curriculum vitae. Okay, which is basically just a resume. CV is just a resume. Mm-hmm. Like she says, in China, in some countries they require a photograph.
I think by law you can require it, but you can put it if you.
Hold on. No, I wanted to hear him pronounce it. I wanted to hear it spoken. But thank you. Okay, what you're saying?
Yeah, but in Denmark we only use the abbreviation. We don't use the full term.
You only use the abbreviation. Okay, I just wanted to hear. Yeah, I thought you would know. I wanted to hear like the spoken. What's it? Curriculum vitae? Yeah, whatever. Okay, all right.
But it was obligatory to have Latin. Not for my generation, but for your if you attended school in Denmark, your generation everybody would have Latin.
Oh, interesting. No, in America, in my generation, it wasn't required, but it was common to take Spanish because even then we were getting taken over by all these immigrants. So I took Spanish and German, but no, Latin wasn't required. But yeah, interesting.
Yeah. So
Do
yeah,
you
I'm
speak?
looking for a job
Do
now.
do they have Spanish classes in Denmark or not as common? Español, sí, no, verdad.
Yeah. Spanish and German and French is the most
Deutsch,
common.
yes. Ja, das ist richtig. Yeah. I never took. I could have. I never took French. I took Spanish and German. But okay, yeah, Latin. I think it was offered, but I never took it. And by the time it was my final year, I'm like, I don't want to take another language course. I've taken enough languages. But cool. Maybe I should have taken Latin. Part of me regrets it.
Yeah, I just think it was a waste of time. So
Oh, even though it wasn't required, you still took it, or?
yeah, I actually had Spanish, but I was extremely bad at it. So I thought it was used as why do we need to be forced to say we're never going to speak it anyway, you know? So, but you had to pick a language and then take it for 2 or 3 years.
Well, tell me, what European countries have you been to? You're Danish. You studied in Germany, right? You went to Germany to study.
Yeah, it was exchange. Yeah, it was many years ago. But I've been
Did you
to.
go- Yeah.
I'm one of the Danes that I have not traveled a lot in Europe, but I've been to like
Well, hold on, stop. Before you tell me, you had mentioned about you get out of school and you go around Europe or Asia. You were talking about you never went. I'm like, yeah, okay, all right. So go ahead. I thought you.
No,
I thought you traveled.
Yeah, it's called Interrail. Interrail is the name for the train system in Europe, I think. And people that take an Interrail trip where they go by train to all the European countries. It's not everybody, but I think it's like maybe 20-30% do it. I didn't do it.
Okay, but what countries have you been to? Denmark, Germany, where else?
Spain.
I'd imagine France. If you got to Spain, you probably went to France, right?
No, I've been to Czech Republic and I've been to Hungary several times. I've been to a small island called Bornholm. It's part of Denmark. And Sweden, Norway. Yeah, it's probably it. Yeah.
So, did you fly to Spain? You didn't take a train from Denmark, so you didn't go through France. You flew to Spain.
I went by flew. Yeah.
Okay, because if you're taking the train, I'd imagine you'd have to pass through France to get to Spain. But okay, you flew to Spain.
Yeah. No, I took the bus to Czech Republic, and Hungary.
Now, hold on. We know Totem is a quasi-troll, but he claims you're making stuff up. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not European. I don't claim to know. What does Totem think you're making up about Europe? What is he making up? And Denmark guy, have you made anything up? You guys figure this out. Why is Totem accusing you of making stuff up about Europe?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think the Interrail trip is kind of like a thing that a lot of Europeans do, as far as I know, especially in Northern Europe, I guess. But
well, Totem's in Norway. He's a Sweden, Norway, so that's Northern Europe for sure. He said he's calling you a liar about the Interrail thing. I honestly don't know.
Doggo used Interrail. So Doggo have been to Europe.
Oh, I don't know. We can ask him. I know he's been to Israel. Doggo is an American Jew. He lives in Los Angeles, California, but his mother was born in Hungary. His mother was a Hungarian Jewess. The family fled around the Nazi time, and they ended up in Israel, or was it after the Nazi time? We can ask him. So he's got family on his mother's side in Israel. He's been to Israel. I don't know if he's been to Hungary or other European countries. You can ask him. Just ask him. Doggo, yeah.
Yeah, you've used Interrail in Europe. Yeah. See, Doggo have done it. Yeah.
Also, I want to hear about Doggo's European travels, but also on a side note, in California, they were trying to build some high-speed train. Eventually, it's supposed to go from like Los Angeles to San Francisco. They only built part of it. What's the story with that? So tell us about your European travels and tell us what's going on with that train in California. That was supposed to be like, I remember Adam Carolla. If you know who Adam Carolla is, he's going about. They built it from like Modesto up to which is nowhere to nowhere. So, okay, Doggo is going to. In fact, here, let's have him come on for 5 minutes. Why don't you share your experiences? I agree.
There's also special discounts for European citizens for Interrail for the youth.
Oh, interesting. And Dimian says the California train system isn't going to be finished. It's just like, money laundering kind of thing. Derided by conservatives. Cassandra, who grew up in Orange County outside Los Angeles, says it will never happen. Okay, I'm talking. Most of my viewers are either Northern European or Southwestern U.S. The vast majority of you are either in Arizona, California, or in Scandinavia. So all right, so I got to balance both. But here, let's see what happens here.
Hello, Mr. Doggo.
Hey, Denmark. Hey, OC. How are you guys? Well, I know how you guys are. Been chatting.
So how many years ago has it been since you visited Europe?
This was like 2 years or 3 years after college, so it'd have been like 2011. And I bought that pass where you get to go like 7 different. You get a pass where you can go. You can choose how many trains you want to go on, and you get like a deal.
Yeah.
And then like, you go on these slow trains that just stop in every city. And at the time, it was exciting for me, but like, there were some trains where it would take like 10 hours go from one stop to the next, and then 2 days later.
Okay, well, tell us, where did you go in Europe? Did you go to Hungary to see your mother's people? What?
London. I went to London, and then I went to Paris.
Did you take the Channel or the Channel Tunnel?
I took the Channel. That was the only like pleasant train ride that I went on, was the Channel, which was really cool. But the other ones, I mean, at that age, it was okay because like when you're really young, you can sit on a 10-hour train ride, but like it was cool. I mean, there were a lot of backpackers, a lot of Australians. They're everywhere. And like a lot of Americans, I made a lot of friends on the trains and the hostel. I stayed in hostels. So where else did I go?
England, France. We got 2. England, France. Where else?
Belgium, in Brussels, and then what else? Amsterdam, and then
Netherlands.
Florence, Italy. And I don't know how many is it. And then I went to Milan.
Okay.
So yeah, it's 6 or 7 cities, something like that. It was cool.
England, France, Belgium, Netherlands, Italy. That's 5 countries you went. You didn't go to Hungary to see. Your mother was born in Hungary, correct?
She was born in Romania, which I don't even really know.
What's that? Oh, my apologies, Romania. Did they flee before or after the whole Nazi uprising?
After. They left after the Holocaust. Yeah, then they went to Israel.
Later 1940s, when Israel was becoming a new state. Later 40s. Okay, you didn't go to Romania to see any of your mother's people, or?
No, they're all buried in the Ukraine. I don't really know why, but I guess they must have died in the Ukraine. I don't. My mom has all this stuff like documented. She did like tons of research. She wrote like basically a book about her family, but I got her.
You should read that book and shut up. It sounds fascinating. Why were they buried in the Ukraine? Was there a border change, or were they actually Ukrainian Jews in Romania? No.
Well, I think these were people who died before the Holocaust. So they were living in the Ukraine. I don't know how they ended up moving from Ukraine to Romania, or even if what Romania was or what Ukraine was at the time, because there was so much different, like passing of countries from one hand.
Yeah, I understand border. Yes. All right. So, but anyway, you've been to England, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Italy. You've been to Israel, correct? Unrelated. You've been to Israel.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Who did you travel with on your Interrail trip?
I went alone.
Ah, that's cool.
Yeah, but there were so many young people like traveling that I never felt alone.
Yeah.
So it was cool. It was definitely like one of the highlights of my life. I would recommend it to like I keep saying, like when you're young and strong enough to sit on a train for 10 hours, with no food, basically, and nowhere to piss or take a shit. It's not necessarily the most pleasant thing, but it's exhilarating. When
We're in the toilets at the train.
maybe there
In the
were,
train.
there were. Oh yeah, I remember peeing and it went right on the train track. But it's not like you can take a shit in there and it's not like.
Yeah.
So, but like the Interrail's cool, but like if you have any money and anywhere to go, then I would not take that train. There are much faster trains that go 2-3 times as fast. You probably can't hit all the little cities, but you can hit all the big cities. Where you take a flight, it's an extra $20 compared to the rails. Like Oh yeah, that was my trip.
Did you? This is maybe a personal question, but did you visit like a former concentration camp?
Good question. You're going to the death camps, the Nazi death camps.
No, in fact, I didn't go to any Jewish artifacts at all. I didn't care to, and I didn't want to spend the time. I wanted to go party, and I wanted to see the Eiffel Tower and stuff like that. I didn't even go to the Anne Frank Museum. Even though I stayed like 3 doors down, I never went. I mean, at that time, it was a little bit rebellious towards Judaism. I didn't really want anything to do with it. So, because I found it to be this worthless institution. But now if I went now, I would go.
Well, let me ask you this then. How old were you when you were in Europe? I guess you were probably about, 25-ish, 26, 25?
Yeah, around there, 24 maybe.
Well, okay, and you were alienated from Judaism. When did you go to Israel then? Because you reconnected. You went to Israel later, or you went when you were a kid?
Israel was about, I was about 31 or 32.
So between your early 20s and your early 30s, you reconnected with Judaism? Because you said when you were 24, you had no desire to go to the Anne Frank Museum 3 doors down. But then in your early 30s, you wanted to go to Israel. Were you in a kibbutz? You joined a kibbutz briefly, or I forget your story?
No, Israel to me was just another chance to travel. It wasn't like, yeah, I'm gonna like sow my Jewish roots and discover Judaism and become a rabbi. It was just like, oh cool, I get to go on a flight, my mom's gonna give me first class, and I'm gonna have a great time when I see my cousins. We're gonna go to the bars, we might go to the Western
Do you
Wall.
speak Hebrew?
No, but they all speak English, so it wasn't necessary. Yeah.
But what about your childhood? Did you attend like religious
I did
synagogue?
Yeah. And I'd go for all the holidays, and I was always really upset. I didn't want to put on a suit and go in a rough wool button-up shirt. It's Saturday morning, the sun just went up, and now I have to go to fucking temple. Are you kidding me? I just got through 5 days of school and homework and tests, and now it's Saturday, and you're telling me I have to go to temple? Give me a break.
I'm curious. I don't understand. What's the difference between temple and synagogue? Are they the same thing, or is there a difference? Temple versus same thing. And you had your bar mitzvah, and you were like, 13-ish, or
13, yeah.
And you have to study Hebrew for that, right? You got to recite in Hebrew, I believe, right?
Yeah, I studied Hebrew my whole childhood, and I could barely speak it because I was rebellious. And all I did was just the minimum to pass. So I could never speak Hebrew, even though I took it for 13 years.
Wow.
That's the way most Jewish kids are. They get forced into these Jewish classes and Hebrew classes, and they're pissed because all their secular friends don't have to do that. They just take math and English and math and writing, and we had to do math, writing, Hebrew, and Torah study.
I'm sorry, you actually went to a Jewish school. You didn't just go to like a public school and have the Hebrew studies and this. You actually went to Jewish school.
Jewish school, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah. So So just all that stuff, it puts a sour taste in your mouth when you're a kid. Of course, there are nerds and squares who
have you sorry.
Let Doggo finish the point. You can ask your question. Of course, there are squares. There are people who are ultra Jewish or ultra. I'm going to be a good boy and do what my parents tell me. But you're saying a lot of these kids feel resentful. Like, why do we have to go to religious school? Why can't we just go to regular? I understand. I think it's with any religion. There's that sense of why am I doing this? I could be. It's a weekend. I want to play, not go to fucking synagogue or I don't have. Why do I have to have like a religious study? I just want to like go to recess. Okay, so you're saying a lot of people feel this resentment, like we just want to be normal kids. Yeah.
Especially when you're a teenager, like you're in 10th and 11th grade, and you're about to enter the real world, and you know that you're not going to use it. And within 2 years, you're going to be out in the real world where nobody speaks Hebrew and nobody is Jewish, and it's just a big waste of your time. So.
Well, you said. Okay, I'm actually cut you off. You said your brother's getting married soon, right?
He's married now. Yeah.
Oh, well, you can tell us about that. Do they plan to have children? And if so, are they going to send their children to Jewish? What?
They have a baby on the way.
Okay, so your sister-in-law is pregnant. Is that why they got married? You can be honest. That's the reason why they got married, or
but she's 45 years old, so
yeah,
they were trying to get knocked up as quickly as possible.
Well, but do you know? Does your brother plan to send his child to Hebrew school?
I think he will. I think he will. He's more involved than I am.
All right. Now, Denmark guy, I wanted to ask you. Yeah, I didn't realize your sister-in-law was pregnant. I didn't realize your brother had already gotten married. You mentioned the wedding coming up. You went to the wedding already. It's been there, done that.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool.
And what's that thing? I never do it where the guy stomps on the glass. They break the glass and the cloth.
Yeah, we did that. Break on the glass. Mazel tov.
And you did the chair up in the chair. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. The horror.
Well, anyway, Denmark guy wants to ask Doggo a question. So Doggo,
have you researched if you can get Romanian citizenship through your because I know that Germany has some laws that allows people who fled the Nazi area to get citizenship or something like that.
No, but I have an open invitation in Israel to be a citizen, but not Europe. So anyone who is Jewish can become a citizen of Israel, no questions asked.
Yeah.
So but recently with what's been going on, it's the whole world seems to be turning against Israel, at least on the internet. And so I'm I've been going through a little bit of an identity crisis.
Yeah, I fully understand. Yeah, I fully understand. It's the technology and the algorithms is quite no matter who you are. I'm not a Jew, but I can feel it myself that everything just hits with twice the power. Oh, what happened? Did I'm
still here. Don't worry. I think Doggo might have frozen up. But you made me think of I had to read a novel when I was a kid. It was called Number the Stars. It was about Jews in Nazi-occupied Denmark, and this Danish family was trying to help the Jews cross into, was it Norway or Sweden? Whichever it is, Sweden, because Sweden was neutral and not Hitler was going to attack it. So I remember it was a story, Number of the Stars, about a Danish family that helps these Jews get out of Denmark, Nazi-occupied Denmark, and across to Sweden. I made me think of that because how often do I talk to a Dane and a Jew and Danish? Not a lot of Danish Jews anymore. They were pretty much killed off. I don't know what happened to our buddy Doggo, but it was nice that he came on. So yeah. Yeah, Ems, Doggo has been on before. In fact, Doggo streams. So, it's not like he's... I remember, let me tell you one thing real quick. When my brother and I went out to meet James, just before he left the country, we went out to meet him. I remember, what's his name? I always forget his name. That guy in California. Jesus Christ. McHenry Cruiser. My brother and I were with we did a stream panel. We brought Doggo on, and McHenry Cruiser was like, "Wow, Doggo, it's good to finally see your face." And I was like, he's been on my stream, and he streams himself. If you want to see his face, it's not like this is top secret. So same thing to Ems. I mean, Doggo streams, and he's been on my panel numerous times. So it's not like Doggo's face is top secret. So I'm going to tell Ems what I told McHenry Cruiser. You've had plenty of opportunities to see him. But anyway, so yes, that was Doggo. But that's all right. I'm glad he came on just for a few minutes. It was a good talk. I wonder if he got tired of was the conversation making him feel nervous? He didn't like the whole questioning my identity, so he deliberately X'd out to make it look like he froze up. No. I don't know. Seemed kind of deliberate.
Yeah, you can join again. I think it was a good conversation. I think it was technical lag or something.
No, whatever. So if he wants to come back, if not, whatever. It was nice to talk to him again. It was because sometimes it's easier. One of the reasons I like the panel, because sometimes it's easier to have him say, yeah, I was in England, I took the channel to France, and then I went to Belgium. That's easier than him trying to type it and me trying to keep track and other people talking. So every now and then it's nice to have people come on and just speak for a minute and say, yeah, I went to Europe, went to England, took the channel, France, was in Paris, I went to, what did he say? Went to Amsterdam, Belgium, Amsterdam, went over to Italy. Okay. And then later on, that's it. Sometimes talking is better than typing, in my opinion. Other times, typing is better than talking. It depends. In this case, I'm glad he came on. But yes, Ems, that was. He says he's okay, but I agree with Ems. He got nervous because he didn't like the topic. I don't think it has anything to do with you being here, but he's been on before and he streams. You can always watch him stream. If you go to his channel, he streams, and he privates a lot of them. But yeah, you can see Doggo's face if you want. So anyway, that was Doggo Food Frodo. But what happened, Doggo? You didn't like the. He wants to come back on. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my battery died, but I'm back.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any questions left, or are we done? You guys moved on.
Are we done? Well, at least you came back to say goodbye instead of just leaving us hanging. Denmark guy, do you have any questions for Doggo? You don't have to come. If you don't, no, it's fine. You don't have to fix the question. But yeah, if you want to ask him,
was it interesting? My stories.
Yeah. I would just like to ask you: are you planning to live in Israel again?
I've never lived there.
He's never lived there, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry, but
no,
are you planning to?
I don't know if I'm. I don't know. I can't figure out how I feel about Israel and Palestine. I can't figure it out. I'm too conflicted, and so no, I'm not going to Israel, and no, I'm also not like a cheerleader of Israel. I'm not.
Well, what I wanted to actually ask you is, how does your brother, now that he's married and has a Jewish child on the way, is he more pro-Israel than when you were kids? In fact, you mentioned how when you were in Jewish school, especially as you got up there in years, you just wanted to get out and be secular. Was your brother the square, or was he like you at the time? Let's get out of this. In other words,
a Chad. My brother's a Chad.
Okay, that's not the point. The point is your brother's new sense of Jewishness. You think he will send his kid to Jewish school? How was your brother in his last years of high school? Was he like you? I just want to put this behind me, or was he all like, this is great? I mean, did he switch?
No, he was more nerdy in that sense, where he likes structure, he likes authority. He likes direction, and so that was provided, and he went with it. That's sort of how he is. He does well in the corporate environment. He does well in lessons and tutoring and all that kind of stuff. He has never been rebellious, so we're a little different in that sense.
And you're going to be 40 soon, correct? Your birthday's coming up?
Tuesday, yeah.
Tuesday. Happy birthday, Tuesday. And then what, is it the day after you have your surgery?
Yeah, I have surgery the day after.
So your 40th birthday, and the day after you're going to be having your right leg, right? Which leg was it?
The left leg.
My apologies. So you turn 40 on Tuesday, and then the next day, Wednesday, you're going to be under the knife. All right. What I do want to ask something. You're going to be 40. How old is your brother? Is he older or younger? I forget. Your brother is.
He's 41. Right?
So he's not much older. So yeah, he's
42. He's 42. Yeah.
Okay, he was the older brother, and his wife is 45, and she's pregnant now.
Yeah. And they're already 5 months, so it's probably gonna get make it to the end.
Okay. And what do I know in the Christian tradition? There's a baptism. What do Jews do? There's going to be a bris where they if it's a boy. What do Jews do when a baby is born? I honestly don't know. A bris for a boy. If it's a girl, is there
Boy, the girl, it's called a baby naming, where you go to the synagogue and the rabbi blesses the new girl and so on, whatever. And then,
so either or, when you become an uncle, you'll be at one of these, either a bris or a naming ceremony for your newborn niece or nephew. Okay,
yeah,
that's cool.
Hopefully I'm not all fucked up. Hopefully I can participate and so on.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking. Because if you're going to have surgery on, how far along did you say your sister-in-law was? Because you're having surgery in a week.
Yeah,
5. Okay, let's see. October, November, December. So the baby will probably be born in February sometime.
Yeah, February, exactly. Yeah.
Well, like I said, you're getting your surgery on Wednesday the 22nd. You don't know how long before you get your other leg done. You didn't ask yet. So what if they tell you, you got to heal for like 3 months and you got to have your other surgery in January? I mean, you don't even know yet.
Yeah, we don't know yet. I think he just wants to see if it's successful, if it helps before, because my knees are sort of symmetrical. I think he figures if the first one goes well, then we'll do the second one. If the first one does not go well, then we might have to pivot or something. So I didn't even ask because I'm just concerned about the first one right now. I'm not even thinking about the second one.
Real quick, your mother was born in Romania, grew up in Israel. Your father is an American Jew. Was he born in Los Angeles, or was from Los Angeles?
City, Brooklyn.
Right. But did he grow up? I was asking, did he grow up in Brooklyn, or did he move as a kid?
He grew up in Brooklyn.
Okay.
Came to California with his family. I don't know when they came to California. Must have been. He was in early childhood.
Okay, so he was born in Brooklyn, but your grandparents were the ones who decided to make the move from Brooklyn to Los Angeles, and they brought the Dodgers. The Dodgers moved; they moved. So he came as a child to Los Angeles. Have you ever been back to Brooklyn to visit the old neighborhood? That was my next question. Have you ever been? We asked you about. You've never been to Romania. Have you ever been to Brooklyn to see the old neighborhood or anything?
No. I mean, my dad is. First of all, he's very old, and he's been very old for a long time. And I don't think there are any family left in New York. So we don't know anyone there. And
you don't want to see the old cemetery where your great-grandparents are buried?
Yeah, exactly. And my dad is one of those guys where he'd be like, he would never know what town it was. He has no memory of his childhood.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He has Alzheimer's and.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying. I'm sorry. I didn't realize your father was not doing well. He is also. I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know.
That's all right. No, he's doing pretty good. But stuff like if you ask him about stuff from more than like the last 5 to 10 years, he doesn't remember it. But he's happy. He's doing fine. So.
All right. Well, that means your mother taking care of him, or the caregiver, or like I mean.
But he doesn't. He's pretty independent. He just kind of sits there and watches TV all day.
That sounds like my father who had the stroke. My father had the stroke. All he does is sit and watch TV now. That's all he can do. So it's kind of funny. I'm laughing to myself. But how long? When was he diagnosed with Alzheimer's? Recently or years ago?
It was years ago. It was like 5 years ago. And then he had a couple of years were really bad. And then I guess we hooked up with a new doctor who like completely gave him a new medication regimen. So he had like this recovery, which nobody expected. It was sort of this miraculous recovery where he all of a sudden like started acting normally and started stopped doing these really strange behaviors that he used to do. So
what he's on some kind of medication for his Alzheimer's? Or?
Yeah, exactly. So prior to this, he was with a different doctor, and things were really ugly. And I guess once they switched doctors, everything changed, and he became much more. He used to be very agitated and anxious and obsessive. He would repeat the same sentence over and over and over throughout the day. And then all of a sudden, it just like all went away, and he started acting normal. So it was pretty wild.
Yeah, no, that's what made. Well, I'm asking now, what made you switch doctors? Was it just the first guy was a hack, or did someone recommend this other doctor? How would you even know to go to another Alzheimer's? As far as you knew, the first guy might have been fine. How did you know to find a second doctor?
Well, I think my family has some connections at UCLA Health.
Oh, wow.
We're Jews, so of course.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yes.
So yeah, so we went to UCLA Health, and I think at that time my family was pretty desperate because we were just about to put him in a home, but even the homes wouldn't want him because he was suicidal. So we couldn't put him anywhere. So we were like completely. The whole family was pretty desperate. Didn't know what to do with him, and I think it was just like they had to try something different. We put him in one home and they kicked him out after a couple of days.
Oh, geez. So it was almost like a blessing that you were able to find this second doctor who was more apt or more able. Yeah, it sounds like you got very lucky, and now he seems a little more stable. He sounds pretty bad under the first doctor. The second doctor was a hit. Yeah, it paid off. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, people say they've never seen any kind of recovery like this from Alzheimer's, but so hopefully people say, it's my turn to recover now. So because he did a few years back.
But he still has he can't remember 5 or 10 years ago. Does he remember?
Yeah, but he smiles, he eats what we put in front of him. He doesn't complain. He goes for a walk every day. He goes to the football games, UCLA football games. So he's doing pretty good.
What about, does he remember anything what he worked with, his primary job when he was younger?
So he's in real estate business, and he can't handle it anymore. He can't handle because he gets too confused. Like when you start talking about something, he'll say, "I don't understand," or he'll say like, "Well, why is this way? Why is it that way?" He'll just get confused, and then we'll just move on to something else. Move on to the Dodgers, or the sports, local sports, whatever. It's like we try to hide that stuff because he wants to participate in the normal world, but when he tries, it never works out very well because he gets so confused. So I don't know if that answers.
Did he have any like cardiovascular disease before? No.
No, his body is healthy. He's declining, but very slowly. So I feel like he's gonna live till he's 98 or more, because he's like skinny, but not in a bad way, and he doesn't drink alcohol. He doesn't really eat junk food, and he goes for walks and so yeah, I feel like he's gonna live a really long time.
That's good to hear. Is he aware that something is not
different?
like it used to be? Yeah, different.
But he denies it. He says it's not. He says he doesn't have a disease. He says there's nothing wrong with him, and and he wants to drive. He wants to drive a car again, but we as a family, we sold his car, and and we don't want him driving, but he wants to drive. So
what about did he got his driving license canceled?
No. We just he when he was in his really bad couple of years, we just never thought he obviously couldn't drive when he was in this crisis mode. And then when he got better, it was like we were all used to him not driving, so we just kept it that way. He probably could drive, but it would be dangerous.
Yeah, it would be very, very dangerous. Someone like my father doesn't have dementia, but he'll never be the same since his stroke. And same thing, he doesn't want to drive. He wants my mother to drive in places. I really don't want her driving. But I understand what it's like when you have an elderly parent who becomes disabled or gets sick. Like my father had the stroke. I know what it's like, so I can relate to your story. I think Denmark guy is a bit younger. His father's not there yet, but Denmark guy earlier was talking about, he wants kids because he wants someone to take care of him in his old age, like he's taking care of his father.
Yeah.
So these are things that kind of happen as you get older. As you get to be, because Doggo's going to be 40, I'm over 40. As you get to be in your 40s and your parents are old and elderly, and you see these things happen, it's like it becomes part of life. So it's I can relate. It's interesting. I'm glad you shared your story. I didn't realize your father. I'm glad he's doing better, but I didn't realize he had Alzheimer's.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know it if you met him. You just think he's really quiet.
Okay.
Because he barely talks. So, and it's not like he's got one eye going this way and one eye going that way, and like missing teeth and all that. He's pretty good. Pretty good. He still goes to the dentist, and he's got a bunch of fake teeth. He looks pretty good. So,
Okay. Cool.
hopefully your dad is holding up.
I guess he'll probably my nightmare. I'll be honest. I think my mother will drop dead in the next 10 years. My father will live to be 110. I'll be looking at him at some point again because it'll be a nightmare. Things are never good between me and my old man. And since his stroke, it was like, oh God, this asshole. But he's able to do things because I fought for him. He thinks I kept him locked up. The truth is, he couldn't dial a phone when he first had a stroke, when his right arm was dead. I kept him in that institution to make sure he was functional because I knew if he came out in a bad state, my mother would drop dead trying to care for him. So I fought to get him all these things, and I see my parents as ingrates. That's a whole other story. That could be a video. I see my parents as ingrates. But yeah, I think because now he's taking all his pills. He'll probably live for another fucking 20 years. I don't know my mother. I don't know how well she's doing. I'm kind of estranged from them. My brother still goes over and sees them. But yeah, my father, cripple, fucking retard, asshole, stroke victim, will probably live to be 100-something. My mother will probably, being honest, 10 years tops.
Why do you think she's going to die sooner?
Well, I could be wrong. Her parents didn't live too. Like her father had emphysema. He was a heavy smoker. He died in his 50s. Her mother died of some heart condition in her 60s. My mother was actually afraid. A number of years ago, I'm trying to think how old my mother is. Whatever. Her mother died at like 67. And when my mother was 67, she became terrified she was going to die that year. So I took her to the doctor, and I got her one of those heart things, and the doctor gave her a clean bill of health. But I think, I don't know, I see my father as physically more healthy than my mother. So, so I wonder that it would worry about, like you said, like your father, the mental problems of having a stroke, but physically he'll probably be fine. My mother, I don't think is physically as strong as my father. So that's why I'm afraid she'll go first, and I'll be stuck with this,
Yeah, I'm afraid of
your father. I'll be stuck with a retard for 20 years. Yeah, but yeah.
I'm really afraid of that because I think my mom's going to die first.
Hmm?
And that means my dad's going to be in kind of this weird position where he's too independent to be in a nursing home, but he's not independent enough to be on his own. And I don't want him moving in with me. I'm sure my brother doesn't want that. So, and I don't want to move in with him. So I'm just thinking about, and if she does die, we're going to have, I don't know what we're going to do. It's going to be a mess. I don't know how we're going to handle it. Because he's not going to be, he won't go. He will not go to a nursing home. So I don't know what we're going to do with him. It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah. I believe me. I know what you're going through. I've been there.
Your dad didn't want to go to nursing home?
Yeah, he had no choice. He was in such bad state after a stroke. I put him in the nursing home. My mother probably would have brought him home, and I said, no, I had to step up to the plate. So, but being in the nursing home, even if you didn't want to be there, was the best thing for him because he'd still probably be just, unable to do anything. So getting him in that nursing home, getting all the therapies, the occupational therapy, getting him, what's his own occupational There's another therapy, speech therapy to work on his voice.
Yeah.
They have nice big. Now I've got him in old folks. I got him like a retirement community. It's not a nursing home, but it's like an old folks friendly apartment. But when he was in the nursing home, he had a nice big shower. He could still use his left hand, get in, grab a bar. He has that now. I said he can't come home to a regular house and get into a regular shower. So I had to fight with my mother. I said he can't come home. He's got to, So I had to step up to the plate. And at the time, my mother basically really had no choice. She was at risk of losing this house. So my brother and I basically got involved and took over. And then after my father got a little bit better, he'll never be 100% the same. My parents sort of turned. They're fucking ingrates. So and my sister's a bitch. I've told my stories. So if anything goes wrong in the future, I'm going to dump it on my sister. I'm going to say, listen, you want to be in charge? You can take care of this mess. You can find out how fucking fun it is having to deal with fight your fucking mother, deal with your retard father. I've been there, done that. If my sister wants this burden, she can have it. So
I didn't know you had a sister. That's good.
I have a sister, yes. We're estranged. I haven't spoken to her in over a year. Yes, I'm the oldest. Me, my brother, we're all within 5 years. Me, brother Click is like 2.5, 3 years younger, and then my sister's 5 years younger than me. So we're all within 5 years. Yes, I have a younger sister.
That's cool.
I guess.
Yeah, sorry you're not in touch.
Hey, you say maybe it's bad. I say maybe the best thing I can do as a brother. If she really can't get along with me, then maybe it's best we go our separate ways. If my presence is such a problem for her, then I look at it as I'm doing my part. I'm keeping my distance because, But she doesn't really. She and my brother are still on. Right, they're on good terms, but she doesn't really contact him either. I think she just went her own way. She's typical spoiled, She's one of those types. We've talked about them. She's very much, men have it so much easier than women. You're talking about the men. And she makes 6 figures working some kind of IT job. You're talking about, the boss's son got promoted over you. What about the guy scrubbing the toilet? Yeah, so she's one of those types. Very self-entitled. My money. I work so hard. I got where I am by hard work. She really believes all that shit. And, she and I got clashed over our parents.
Hey, Denmark guy, how come you don't put on your camera?
Enough OC. Okay, off peasant. Okay, yeah, Denmark guy. That's a good question. Denmark guy.
Yeah. Yeah, one day I will.
No pressure.
Yeah.
No, he did tell us. I'm not trying to stick up. You told us what you're afraid that if you get doxxed, it's different in Europe. It could be like a loss of a job or some shit. I mean, Denmark. He gave me some elaborate excuse one time. I forget what he said. Something about it's different here in Europe if the employers find out.
I think it's probably the same in the US, to be honest. But yeah, I think definitely, it's.
Maybe that's why I can't get a job. People know about Occupational Clicks channel. They see me. Yeah, you're MC. I saw some of the videos. You never know. You never know.
No. But if you, for an example, I have, my family member. It's primarily because my family members. Yeah, I don't know. I have It's not that my family members are like politicians or anything like that. But it's just like, Yeah, it's primarily that,
No worries.
let's say I was alone. Yeah, I wouldn't have any problems. But yeah, they have jobs and all this shit. So
Yeah.
So actually, I want to ask Doggo real quick. Do you plan to? I don't think you. It's been a long time. I admit I haven't seen your streams. You usually private them. You private a lot of your streams, so I can't go back and watch. Do you do panels? Do you plan to do panels, or yeah?
We're done it because my computer, the webcam is like broken, so I can't really stream from my computer.
But do you have an Android or an iPhone?
iPhone.
Okay, because on the Android you can use it as a webcam on the computer.
No, maybe one day I'll do panel, but haven't yet. Might need to try that idea, Denmark guy. One day when I got nothing else to do, I'll try it out.
Yeah, but I enjoy watch some of your like. It's nice to have in the background because it creates. I see some of your streams when you cook and because it's like in the online world when you're alone, if you have something to listen to in the background, you get the feeling of actually socializing.
Yeah, that's why I do it. That's why I do it.
So I enjoy them. I'm not there in the comment section, but I see them sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I didn't know I didn't know you were subscribed. That's
Oh, no,
cool.
I see it. Yeah,
So you're one of those lurkers who comes in and
yeah. I'm
sometimes
one
I'll-
of those. Yeah, one of those that you can probably see it in the numbers, but I
yeah,
never comment anything. Yeah.
yeah. I've been few people now have told me that they come and they don't write anything. So now I kind of know who they are.
Yeah.
But I never have more than like 5 people at a time. Just fine, I don't care.
Yeah, I think the last stream that I watched was you visited a place where you bought a muffin. I thought it was a muffin. No, it was a piece of pastry. A China, it's like, yeah, it was a piece of pastry or something. You
Hmm.
parked your car, walked in, bought a piece of pastry, and left.
Interesting.
I think it was a couple of weeks. Maybe it was a month or a
Oh,
month
it was
ago.
probably a
Maybe.
donut. Yeah, it was probably a donut.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. After you visit the doctor or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
It wasn't a donut. It was a Danish. But bump. It was a Danish.
There you go.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah,
I like donuts.
you told us that it was a tradition that every time you visit your doctor, you have to get a donut or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
right.
remember it. Yeah.
That's good. That's right. It's a tradition. Probably not very good for my weight, but
But when I was a kid, I don't know if it's a Danish thing, but when you visit a doctor,
you give me
like
candy.
20 years ago, yeah, you got a piece of it was like it was a sugar cube, and it was the same thing when you visited the dentist. You got a lollipop or a sugar cube,
Yeah. Yeah, I remember
but they
that.
don't do that anymore.
Or a toy box. They have a toy box sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they switched it to toys. Yeah, some like small like.
Yeah, that way the kids will get in the cart and go to the doctor, or they cry.
Yeah.
They don't cry and cry. Yeah. What does Wanton stream mean?
Could you repeat it?
Wanton stream is the name of the stream.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess OC.
Yeah, maybe.
Are you there, OC? You went to the kitchen?
Hey, bro. May I ask you if are you circumcised?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. All Jews are circumcised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't want to keep anybody. If you want to get off, that's fine. I mean, I want to get another beer. But
yeah, I'll listen to you wind down.
I'll probably get off soon too. But what? I'm sorry.
Are you circumcised, Oz?
Yes. I think someone asked me this. I think it was Totem asked me this. I'm not Jewish, but it was very common in the United States from like the end of World War II up until probably the 90s. Most American men born in hospitals were circumcised. That was common practice. I can remember when I was a kid in school, like the locker room or something. Every now and then there'd be a kid who wasn't circumcised. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it was very common. Most Americans my age, basically most Americans, from the 30s to their 70s are circumcised because that was just common practice in American hospitals for many, many decades. It wasn't the case in Europe, but yeah, in America, circumcision was standard. So I was circumcised, my brother was circumcised, my father was circumcised because that was just standard practice in hospitals when we were born.
My dad was, of course. Now I'm thinking of my father's penis.
What your father didn't have the religious bris? He didn't have like the traditional Jewish thing,
Of course he had one. Yeah.
Well, then of course he'd be. That's different. Okay, it's funny. Most Gentiles were circumcised in hospitals. Most Jews, we're Jewish, don't circumcise them, we're going to have the Moyle do it or whatever. So your father, yeah, right. So your father, of course, and you're circumcised, but you guys said you had a bris, I'm assuming. No, I'm Jewish, I didn't have a bris. I was circumcised by a doctor in the hospital, which was common practice in America for decades, yeah.
Probably better. Much better.
Wow.
Than in someone's living room with a untrained, they're trained Moyles, but they're not doctors.
Right.
Never heard anything go sideways. Actually, this girl I was dating was a single mom. Actually, not dating. We got engaged. Anyway,
Wow.
she was a single mom, and her son was circumcised at the hospital, and came home, and I guess the first few days the kid was unconsolable, just crying 24 hours. Found out the circumcision was not done correctly. And so the kid, every time he would pee, it wouldn't come out, or it would be painful for the kid.
What, was she Jewish?
No.
Okay, I was going to say, because I was going to say, why didn't she have a Moyle do it? Okay, so again, there's a good example. This girl was not Jewish. She had a son. He was circumcised in the hospital by a doctor, which was common practice for many. I think it's less common now, but it's still fairly common in American hospitals to circumcise boys. It's just, it was commonplace.
Yeah. It's kind of weird that you would think in your 8th day of life you get circumcision. Like, that must be horrible. I mean, the pain. I feel like if you're right after you're born, you're not really with it. You're more disoriented. But on your 8th day of life,
the doctors they use local anesthetic? But what about the religious circumcision? Do they use local?
I bet you the more orthodox ones don't do it. Don't use anything. Just knowing them, knowing how they are. They want everything pure. But I'm sure probably the more liberal Jews probably use anesthetic. I don't really know.
So, well, if your brother and his wife have a son, you'll have to see if the Moyle does anything other than grab a knife. Because I honestly,
maybe I think they put a drop of wine or something in their mouth or something like that. Maybe I feel like maybe I've heard that.
I don't know any white European. I don't know anyone who's circumcised.
Oh, really?
So
it's
only it's an American thing.
There are very few Jews in Europe. You guys, Hitler killed a lot of them. And yes, like I said, it wasn't common practice in Europe, but in America for decades, that was just common practice. Most Americans of a certain age are circumcised, whether they're Jewish like him and a Moyle did it, or a Gentile in a hospital. It was just very common. So it's a very common thing.
They thought it was healthier.
It's not, but they thought it was. For years, they promoted it. So, yeah.
Yeah. Now I think a lot of parents just do it because they think it looks nicer.
No, I think the reason, like I said, maybe I think look in our day when it was seen as hygienic and the thing to do. It was so common. It wasn't questioned. Okay, if a boy, time for the circumcision. It was just considered like a normal thing. So it was very common in American hospitals.
Yeah. What time is it in Denmark right now? Anyway,
it is 10 o'clock, 10 a.m.
Oh, it's the morning.
Well, it's 1:30 in Los Angeles right now. Is it 10 a.m. or 10:30 a.m.? It must be 10:30. No, it's 10.
It's 10:30 a.m. 10:30 a.m. Yeah.
No, I'm up later than normal because I felt like crap. I wanted to go to bed early, but then I took some pills and had some beers. I got a second wind. I'm not usually up this early, or this late rather. Late for me, early for Denmark guy. What?
Yeah. My stories woke you up.
They did. And my stories bore you because every time I start talking about my sister or my circumcision, you want to ask a Denmark guy a question. People always ask me, OC, why don't you do this? When I start being honest and bearing my soul, it's, let's talk to Denmark guy.
Well, no, I was interested to hear about your dad. It was making me think maybe you could give me some advice because it sounds like you had a similar situation. So,
yeah, the situation's similar, except I'm estranged from my sister, but I have a sister who I don't know what her involvement is. She's quasi-involved. I could see her losing it. I could see her walking away. I think being male and being the oldest, I felt this because like my shrink said to me, well, why did it all fall on you? And my brother was like, your shrink must be the youngest. So I asked him, I said, do you have any brothers? He said, yeah, I have an older brother, 2 older sisters. So he's the youngest. So it might be a birth order thing. My sister is the youngest. So I don't think she feels it the way I did. As the oldest son, I felt like I gotta, step in. I can do my part. I regret it because they used and abused me. But I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future? I really don't know now. It's a question mark. If my mother drops dead, will my sister lose it on my father? I have no idea. I could see her losing it and not giving a shit. I don't know if it's because she's a girl or because she's the youngest or some combination thereof. But that's my story. My advice would be this. For now, your mother is going to ask, is your mother relatively healthy? How's your mother doing, Doggo?
She's doing good. She's always stressed and depressed, but she's doing okay. She's alive.
Well, it sounds like, like you were saying, the second doctor really helped. That seems to help. That's why with my father, I said he can't come home until he's better-ish. It sounds like you found a doctor who got your father better-ish, because I knew if my father didn't get the help he needed, my mother would try to care for him. It would probably wear her out. So my mother will probably live longer now because I got her that relief, even though she didn't want. I can take care of him. No, you can't.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Same exact.
So I
didn't want to give up. Yeah.
So I know what you're going through. I think it's good you found that second doctor. Just like it's good I kept my father in that institution to make sure he got all his therapies and stuff. So that helps. But again, I don't know either. If my mother dropped dead tomorrow, my father is physically, like your father, physically healthy. He'll probably live 20, 30 years, but he can't live on his own. So we'll have to see what happens when we cross that bridge. Because I know my sister is the wild card, so. But you don't have a sister, so it might be different in your case.
My brother's better probably with him than I am, because
your brother's gonna have a kid soon. He's gonna say,
"Yeah,
I got a child and a wife. You're not doing anything. You can move in with Dad, or he can move in with you." Yeah. I'm not trying to tear a family apart. I'm sure you all love each other, but remember, things are changing. Your brother's going to have a kid. That'll change the whole. And the wife will be like, bless the wife, I don't want that old man here. If my father is stroking, move him in, but I don't want your father here. The wife is going to be like, so it might get dumped on you just because the kid and the wife, yeah.
Yeah, and she wants a second one, and they got frozen eggs, I'm assuming. So it might actually happen. Might be the oldest pregnant woman in California.
Wow.
But yeah, I think they want to have two. So it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. I didn't think she was going to get pregnant, but she did. I thought they were
at that age, I hate to say it, the kid might be kind of screwed up. So if they have a special needs kid, they're not going to take in the Alzheimer's father. So you got to be cognizant of that. And you might have your own problems with your legs. So it's like, yeah.
Right now I can't really do everything that I would need to do. Just because sometimes I gotta rest. So if he needs me, and I can't walk one day. So there are days where I can't get out of bed. So
right, so we're talking the live-in Jamaican nurse. You get the colored nurse to take care of him, and maybe you. I can see that happening. You, your father, and some black nurse all end up living together, and she's taking care of both. I hate to say it, but it could happen.
Yeah. So, man, life is crazy as you get older.
Yes, it is. And Denmark guy, you're 30-something. You're getting close. You're not quite. In my 30s, I didn't have these problems. Once you hit 40, you'll see what happens. So yes. I realized Doggo and I had a similar background story with our parents and our father's health problems and our mothers. Yeah.
Yeah, but my father has he's 80, but he had me really he had me around 50, so
wow.
But yeah, he is somewhat healthy, he takes some pills, but he can take care of himself.
He doesn't need he can live.
No, he doesn't need one yet. But I think it's slowly, maybe some. He told me he just went for a scan of his head, but he because he says that he walks to the one side or something like that, but it's nothing serious. So
that's good. And does he live with your mom?
I live with him right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just because it's.
Well, are your parents divorced?
Yeah. My mom and dad got divorced many years ago. Yeah.
Right.
20 years ago, maybe, or something like that.
Just the two of you. That's nice of you to live with him. Does it bother you? Does he
It is really, really rare, especially in, I think, Denmark. In Denmark, it's only 5% of the children that lives together with the parents. It's the lowest percentage in the whole of Europe. So yeah, I'm one of the yeah. It was actually just because I had a study apartment kind of thing, and when you complete your degree, you need to move out within 1 or 2 years. And then I couldn't get an apartment, and then I just moved in here.
Gotcha. Well, that's good, and you're probably saving money.
Yeah, I'm saving money. I'm helping him a little with technology. He didn't even have a smartphone when I moved in, and a computer and shit. So now have bought that to him and learned him how to use it and shit. So.
Yeah, that's similar to me. My dad can't really use this. He has an iPhone, but all he knows how to do is play a game and plays little games.
Well, it's like with my father. I'll tell you real quick. He doesn't have Alzheimer's, but because of his stroke, he really can't. He learned how to read again. He can read the sign. Sign says, do not enter. Don't walk on grass. He can't read a book or a magazine, and he really can't use an iPad. All he can really do is watch TV. So I know what you're talking about. Yeah, when you get to that point, it sounds like Denmark's father is still healthy-ish. She can do these modern things. My father can't read a book or a magazine. All he can really do or play with a tablet. All he can really do is watch TV. I don't know how bad your father is, but he'll never be able to comprehend, written text,
My father can take care of himself. He can go out, buy food, cook the food without burning the house down and shit. And he can clean the apartment. He can take the bus, the train, and
that's good.
Use his bank and shit. So, but now he worked with IT. He was like not a big IT guy, but he worked with IT when he was young. But he can, when you get old, man, everything just gets harder. What he taught me IT. He actually taught other people IT. But now, he can do a little with the smartphone and shit. But in the beginning, I need to repeatedly, slowly teach him the basic stuff and show him it again after a couple of weeks, and then it slowly gets coded into his cognition.
That's good.
So he can.
So you work with babies and seniors. You're patient.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. Maybe when Denmark guy, when his father's 80, if the father dies in a few years, you can bring Denmark guy to America, and he can be your caregiver. He can care for you and your father. So maybe that's his future job. He'll be your nanny. You can help Doggo Food get out of bed when his his leg doesn't work, and you can care for the elderly father with Alzheimer's and do puzzles with him or some shit.
Yeah.
I'm being stranger things have happened, but listen, I can tell. Even though I'm a Spurg and it's hard for me, I think Doggo wants to get off. I'll give you thank you for staying with us. Do you want to get off, Doggo?
I'm out of things to say.
I can just tell by the way Doggo's staring. So we can let Doggo go. It's good to have him. Any last questions for Doggo, or does Doggo have any questions for us? Let's say our goodbyes to Doggo. I think he wants to go. I'll probably get off soon, but let's wind down with Doggo because I can tell he's getting kind of. I can tell that look. It's okay, but we do appreciate. We learned a lot. I'm glad you came on. We learned things. Yeah. Let me say this. This is why I do like panels, because I feel us talking, it would be better to talk. For you to type all that up, it would be lost. It was good that we were able to talk. I didn't realize your father and my father are comparable. My father has stroke, yours is Alzheimer's. Our mothers, we were both afraid that they would burn themselves out trying to care for them. They thought they could be the caregivers that they couldn't do, that delusion. So we have a lot of similarities, and I think it's better spoken than it would be in text. So thank you for coming on and sharing.
All right, boys. Well, until next time, peace. Peace out.
Peace.
Yeah, see ya.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I can tell you wanted to get off. But no, it's interesting. It was good. I'm glad he came on. It was nice to talk to him. Yes. Off grid. Spurg on. I like that. Instead of spurg out, we're spurging on. Keep spurging on. And like you said, your father, even though he's older and he's a little slower, he was able to pick it up. You were able to teach him, Denmark guy, about how to use a tablet and how to use a smartphone.
Yeah. And he was IT teacher himself. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was about to ask you. He's 80, you said?
Yeah, 83.
Okay, what was IT in his day when he was in his 20s or 30s?
Yeah.
was IT back then?
Yeah, he showed me some pictures. IT back then, you need to use a. It was like huge. Some of the computers you need to move them around with a pallet jack.
Yes,
because they were like 100, 200, 300 kilos. And he has some pictures where he's sitting in front of them, and it's just this. It's like a sofa kind of size. It's like huge as fuck. And he taught our first computer. He taught me all these Microsoft DOS commands, and it was a whole other thing back then.
Right. So what he knew technology as is not what it is now. So that's why I wanted to ask you. I'm glad he's still sharp enough that he could pick up on the new tech, but back when he was a young man, technology was not what we call it now. Like you said, computers that were so heavy you needed a pallet jack. So okay, so he's used to that. That was IT to him. Nowadays IT is, fast processing digital tiny little things. So okay, yeah, I just wanted to ask. So it was definitely. It would be nice. I know you don't want to show your face. Could you share a picture? You can blur his face out or put a black mark. I have seen some old photo of like Danish, giant computers. Maybe you can share that sometime.
Yeah, when I join with my smartphone next time, I'll probably show you the pictures. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Right now. Yeah. That's okay. That sounds just to see what you can blur his face out or put a box over to cover it, whatever, just to see. Because that sounds interesting. Yeah. Was Denmark? Did you guys like lead the world? Was Denmark one of the cutting edge countries with IT, or was it like secondhand computers or?
I don't know. No, he didn't have a high position. It was like he started as a low, like I think it's like kind of like an IT support guy, low, and then he progressed to a medium, like manager kind of like position. So, but he was lucky back then. But everybody was, everybody just got a good job back then. It was like, so he's not that intelligent. I think the most advanced stuff he did was probably network engineering.
Mm-hmm.
So we had like a sender. I think that then at the beginning of the rollout of the internet, I think Denmark and the US were some of the first leaders in it, or something like that. So yeah, he actually worked at one of the research facilities that tested the rollout and shit. Yeah, in Inner Copenhagen. But that's decades ago now.
Right. Oh, interesting. See, we're learning about Denmark guy's father. We're learning about my father. We're learning about Doggo's father. This is what happens when your parents become when you get old enough to watch your parents become elderly. This is we're all in that boat where we see our parents become old people.
Yeah. But I would like to ask Off-Grid if he's circumcised.
He's younger than I am. He's in his 30s. He might be. Like we were talking about. I know a lot of men might feel uncomfortable. I'm being honest. I'm very honest. In the 80s when I was born, for decades, my father was circumcised in the 50s. I was circumcised in the 80s. It was very common practice for decades in American hospitals, but not necessarily. So you can ask Off-Grid. I have no idea. You can ask him, Off-Grid, were you circumcised? He might have been like the last generation to be or the first generation not to be, because he's a bit younger than I am. But it was very common for men my age. I would assume most American men my age, are circumcised. I would imagine. I don't go around asking people, but I don't mind answering. Yeah, it's not like I had a choice in the matter, whether it's good or bad. And like Doggo was saying, it was seen as hygienic. It was just seen as, okay, you have a boy, we got to circumcise him. It was just common practice in American hospitals. But Off-Grid seems to have disappeared. He might not even be here.
But you said so your grandfather's generation was not circumcised or something. Is that correct?
Probably not. I never discussed. I mean, I know that my father circumcised because my mother told me at some point when I was growing up, and it was very common at that point in the. I don't know. Yeah, my grandfather. I don't know. Probably not. I don't think it was. I think it was post World War II. I think. Don't quote me. After the Second World War, it became very common for like 50 years to circumcise men. I don't know about my grandparents. My grandfathers, I have no idea if they were circumcised or not. I probably not. It probably wasn't common. They were born in the 1920s. Probably wasn't commonplace then. So my grandfathers probably were not. I'm guessing. I don't know. They probably were not. My father definitely, his brother, most men of that time, and
Yeah, yeah. So you're renting this place you live in now. So all the stuff behind you right now, are they yours or the furniture?
Real quick, I'm going to answer that question before I do. I was years ago, I was listening to the radio, and they were talking about circumcision. And one guy called in, and I think this guy was born in the 1960s. This is probably in the 2000s. And he was like, he said, he was born in the 60s. He said, I was not circumcised. And it was rare, like in the locker room, in the showers, locker room, and most men were. And he said he had to get circumcised because, he was 40 years old, and something happened where every now and then, this is rare, he tore his foreskin. So once that, he was in intense pain, so he went and he had to get circumcised. Because once you tear the foreskin, you have to do it. But the point is, the guy was born in the 1960s, younger than my father, older than me, and he said, yeah, he was unusual. Most men his age were circumcised. So it's just very common in America for men who were born between like the 40s and the 90s to be circumcised. Anyway, no, okay, the house is rented. The furniture, it was my parents. I guess I own it now. No, so the furniture, the TV, the curtains, those are mine. The bed is mine. The lamp is mine, or might be whatever. The house itself is owned by a landlord. I pay him rent. But no, all the material possessions, no, those are ours.
Yeah, but okay, so is this the house you grew up in also?
No. My parents rented this place. I think I moved around a lot as a kid. All within the same area in New Jersey. We moved around a lot. I think my parents came here when I was like 17, 18. When I was in college, I lived in this house, and my brother and I actually moved out and we moved back in for my mother's sake. No, they came to this house much later. This is not the house I grew up in. No.
Okay. Yeah.
But this is all the furniture. All this furniture they've had all my life. I grew up around this furniture, no matter which house we were in. So all the material possessions I've seen all my life, but the house, no. I was a teenager when my parents found this place and rented here. I moved back into after my father's stroke. I would say my parents have probably rented this house. Now I took over. They probably lived here more than anywhere else. But no, I didn't grow up here. No, we moved around a few times.
Okay, but so your mom and dad didn't make any money of selling their property or something like that, no?
Trying to think here. Yeah, the short answer is no, because any money they had when they sold the one house was used to buy the next house, and then we started renting. So no, they my father was terrible with money. My parents declared bankruptcy at some point. I didn't know that until after my father had a stroke, and I went through all his records. I said, "Oh God!" So no, my parents were terrible with money. No, they had nothing. That's why my father got Medicaid. Good.
What did your parents work with? Do for a living?
It varied. My mother used to be like a legal secretary. Later on, she worked at a daycare center. My father had various jobs. He was between jobs a lot. But at the time of his stroke, he was a limo driver. He drove a limousine, which is not really a stretch limo, but like a town car taking. Like I said, I live halfway between New York and Philadelphia. He would take people to and from airports, go to New York, pick someone up, take them to a hotel here. It was mostly corporate. So his last job was limo driver.
Okay, yeah.
My mother, her last job was daycare worker. My parents, they never had money. They were always failures and fuck-ups.
But they didn't have unintelligent kids, because you just told us your sister has a great career within IT. Is she a programmer?
No, she's in between. You've got the computer nerds and you've got secretaries. She's something in between. She's not a computer nerd, but she's not a secretary. But it's funny. Like, my father wanted me to be a teacher because he thought, oh, you can be a teacher. He thought my sister would be like an X-ray technician or something. But he was much more lenient with her. He controlled me and my brother. He controlled every aspect of our lives. Whereas with our sister, he was more, okay, honey, do what you want. And my sister chose this path. It was a new major that opened up, and she chose it. And so she was allowed the freedom to pick her own way. My father was much more lenient with her than he ever was with me or my brother.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And she did all right, but she was always much more than me and my brother. She was always much more social. She always had a group of friends. She was much more normie. Plus, she's a girl, so I don't know if that helps. But yeah, she was much more social. Had connections. Was able to go to job interviews and network, what they call networking with people. So she was much more socially normal.
Mm. Have you always lived in the state you live in now?
Yes, I live in the state of New Jersey. I've lived here all my life.
Okay. Would you say that is common compared to the people, the young people you grew up with?
Well, New Jersey is a small state. It's tiny geographically. So it's common for people to move to neighboring states, New York, Pennsylvania. But I would say most people still live, if not in New Jersey, within close proximity. Because again, New Jersey's small. If they don't live in Jersey itself, they tend to live in neighboring states. It's rare for people to move across. It does happen, but I would say most people still live, I would guess, fairly local. New Jersey or the Northeast. It's rare for people to move en masse the way you're saying en masse the way you're saying. It does happen, but I still say I would imagine. I don't know. I don't keep in touch with anybody, but I've occasionally run into people I went to school with every now and then out and about. So I think most people live, if not in the state, in the surrounding area. I would think.
Okay. Yeah.
Why do you ask that question? Well, I'm curious. Why do you ask that?
Because I ask you because I had the impression that in the US, I got the impression that in Europe we are way more provincial, that we just don't really leave that roughly the area we are born in, and that is compared to the US where you may be more like flexible and you move a lot for jobs and stuff.
I think you're partly correct. I think Americans are more flexible than Europeans for various reasons. Despite the European Union, it's still a different country. You're in Denmark, you really just can't just move to Germany. Whereas you're in New Jersey, you can move to Pennsylvania, you can move to New York. It's the same country. And of course, white Americans are the descendants of people who were willing to leave their homeland. The people who stayed behind in Europe didn't want to go anywhere. So you're descended from the people who stayed. We're descended from the people who weren't afraid to go somewhere else. So you're right in the sense that Americans are more flexible, but I don't think it's as commonplace as you say. I think most people still live in the same roughly geographic area that they came from. I think. I could be wrong. And there are always people who move, It's very kind of retirement. A lot of people, I'm going to retire to Florida. As an old person, I'll live in Florida. But I think most people still stay relatively close. It's rare. It's not commonplace to say, I'm from New Jersey. Let me just move to Arizona just because. I'm from Texas. Let me move to Idaho just because. It happens, but I don't think people move. Yes, more than Europeans, but not to the extent that you say. Oh, your buddy's here. I got Austin. I've been on for 3.5 hours almost. Your buddy,
Yeah.
he always comes at the worst time. I love to talk to him, but he always comes at the wrong time. Yeah, but yeah.
Is this Dev Pike? I've not heard Dev Pike for many months.
All right, I'll give you. It's 3:22. I'll go another 8 minutes. Go ahead. Hold on.
Another 8 minutes for
Is
what?
it?
You've got
Holy
my
shit!
AVI.
Good morning,
my AVI.
Mr. Dev Pike. Good morning.
I don't think you want to talk to me after the signal disaster debacle.
Oh, you completely canceled me.
Cut.
You left.
No, I cucked, not cancelled, right?
Yeah, you cut me. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you're correct.
At least you admitted it.
Yeah, you cut me. Yeah.
Do you think are you anywhere with your jobs?
I just told them on the stream that I thought that I was accepted, but then they called me and told me that the place that I needed to learn, for training, the guy was he was
Lucas. Yes.
No,
He was Lucas.
no, yeah, maybe that
So the guy with Lucas saw your one look at your face. That was over, right?
No, he was basically
That's
dying.
how it works.
He was basically dying. That was what I was told. Yeah.
What? I can't even get entry level accounting job. I mean, it's getting ridiculous. They're rejecting
Yeah,
minimum wage job. I mean, it's almost beyond belief at the moment. Minimum wage job, £12 an hour. We've sifted through your application. You're not what? I've got a degree and I'm studying.
It's minimum wage £12. That is low, man. You're poor. You're poor.
Accounts
The UK is becoming a poor fuck country.
Accounts assistant, minimum wage job, degree, studying a technical qualification in accounting. No, sorry, we've sifted through your application. You're not successful at this time. What the fuck? Who is successful? Bill Gates? What's going on? How many degrees do you need to get a minimum wage job? This is the bottom of fucking. This is like being accepted for being a worm, and they're saying no thanks. And also, in finance, I've made on gold about $4,000 from £400, and they're saying, and I don't know about money and finance. Hang on a minute. On
a side note, that's impressive. You told me it was more like 6. The problem, and here's my criticism. I'm glad you made some money, but it took you months.
Also, I can't get it up because I told you before buy gold, and you check when I told you buy gold. Gold was 3,000. Yeah, it's now 4,300.
Yeah, that's correct.
You would have made a shitload of money if you'd have followed my thing.
Well, you never told me the story. Okay, for those who don't know, Dev Pike, you were working at one pub. The girls didn't like you, and you had a meeting. I forget what happened. They cut back your hours. Did they fire you, or you quit the first pub? You quit, or they fired you? Remember, they cut you down to one day. Was that termination, or?
It was a bizarre Mexican standoff where it was like, we'll cut you down to 3 hours a week, and then it was like, I just left because they cut it down and cut it down and cut it down. They never said I was fired.
Right, but okay, so you left that job. You got another job at a pub washing dishes, but you told me, you never told me the story. You said you were fired. What? You want to share? What happened? How'd you get fired from the second job so quickly?
Same thing, but speeded up. I speed ran it. I did nothing. I did. I just reflected their behavior back at me, and they don't seem to like that very much. But I said nothing.
That's true, yeah.
Aggressive.
No, like we were talking about this earlier before you came on about. I was telling a job story when I worked for the U.S. Census Bureau 15 years ago, and I don't feel like repeating it all right now. But I was telling that story earlier, and like I said to the people here, it doesn't matter. Like I got the highest grade on some test they made us take, but they didn't give me the position. They gave it to the fat girl. Her name was Christy. Gave it to this girl, Jenna. Jenna didn't like me. Jenna was like, you're a creep. Jenna got a lower score, but they gave her the job because they really liked her. They were buddies. So it doesn't matter. As long as you're passable, how hard a worker you are is irrelevant. You can be the hardest worker. It won't compensate. As long as you're within the threshold, it's a popularity contest. So once you're over that line of competence, they'll go with a lower IQ person who they like versus someone who's more apt and able that they don't like. So yeah, I was telling you heard that Denmark guy. I was telling my Census Bureau story before.
I think the trick is getting a job that does value the actual output. But which area is that?
I don't think that is an area. I think every job. I mean, yeah, you got to be able to do the job. I think they prefer. Like I told you, my father. One thing, by the way, Denmark guy, you asked what my father did. Before his stroke, his most recent job was a limo driver. I was telling Dev Pike, my father was actually very good with numbers, and he was like a freelance accountant. He would do people's taxes for them, and they would pay him. He would do all the paperwork. He would keep it together. But I was telling Dev Pike, there was a major. So my father would be driving a limousine, and then on his off days, he would do people's taxes during tax season. But he would have to it wasn't just the paperwork. He'd have to go over. It was like something. There was like an little old lady would call him up. Oh, hi. My mother would sometimes go with him for these social calls. There was definitely a social aspect. Even with the paperwork and shit. Remember I was telling this, Danny? There's this whole when my father would do taxes on the side, sometimes I got to go see Jenny to do Jenny's taxes, but Jenny wants you to come too. So while I'm doing her taxes, she wants to show you her I don't know, porcelain doll collection. So my mother would get dragged along. It was a heavily social aspect. You think it would all be paperwork and straightforward. It's not. These people want an accountant that they can be buddies with. So I don't think any field is free of what you're saying.
Can you present my my new image, please?
Well, I just brought up a good point, which tied into Denmark guy was asking what my father did for a living. All right, so this is what this is. Tell us what this is.
This is DBF, but it's trivia. What film is this from? People should know this. Come on. This is a legendary film.
You want me to answer, or you want someone else to guess?
Anyone guess, including UOC.
Well, you told me it was Tron. To me, it looks like 1984. I think of 1984 with Big Brother, but you told me it was Tron. Okay, I believe you.
It's the mainframe Tron. It's the end boss in Tron, but it's DBF. That's the main boss. I thought it was funny. It's fucking...
Okay, I'll give you credit. This came together nicely. This is blended a bit better, the coloration. Where did you get this picture, DBF? A recent stream, or is it an old one of him? I don't recognize. I don't watch him. Is this what he looks like now, or is this what he used? What is this?
Yeah, this is him in his glow up arc. No, this is him in his No, this is him when he spurges out. No, to go back to your point, that's a great point. I'm just trying to work out right now what industry is best. What industry actually rewards the actual output as opposed to the social? I think you have to be self-employed, but you have to be skilled enough to be self-employed. I think I just go balls to the wall doing that. That's the only track.
My father did it on the side. He was a limo driver, limousine, corporate clientele at the time of his stroke, but he would also do taxes on the side. And while there was a lot of paperwork and a lot of numbers, there was also that unavoidable social aspect. And sometimes
wasn't that his main job?
What's that?
Why wasn't that his main job? Wouldn't that get him enough money?
No, he would do it mostly in the United States. Let me explain. You got to pay federal income tax, and you get your paperwork early, like January, February. It's due by April. So he'd have his busy tax season, but it wasn't a year-long job. It was, come New Year's, people would start calling up. Can you do my taxes? And he would do people's taxes from like January through April, and then after he got done with tax season, you have to wait another year. So no, it wasn't a main job, but he would do all these people. He had like at the time of his stroke, he had like fucking 50 customers, and I had to tell these people, I said, I'm not going to get involved. And the reason I could probably do their taxes, but I'm like, I don't want to do the social aspect. And even all these people were like, your father had a stroke. Oh, he's no longer there. Oh, I liked him. I'll go with someone else. So even if I had wanted to take over the slack, they wanted the guy they were comfortable with. There's definitely a heavy social aspect to these taxes. But no, it wasn't his permanent job. It was something he did. He was good at, but he wasn't a certified accountant. He would just do it, and they would pay him under the table for pin money. But it was only during our tax season, January, February, April, May. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. He obviously had an aptitude for it, so he could have made a go at it, in my opinion.
I guess he should have done it in his younger days. He fucked up, yeah, but yeah.
And he could have actually been paid more than he would working in his... Although a limo's job's quite cozy, isn't it? You're just driving. There's nothing to it. There's no...
Yeah, there's nothing to it. Other than a lot of hours. He'd put in like 15, 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. So it was a lot of driving. But he loved doing that. And I think I don't think my father was a spurg, or if he was like, my father was kind of like my brother. He was what do you call it? He had a stroke now, so he's a fucking retard now. But my father was kind of spurg adjacent, but was still normie enough. People loved him, and my mother thought he was, so he had the social skills. But I don't think he wanted to work in an office all day. I think he preferred driving around and doing the taxes, like you said. It was his own little business, something he could do on the side. But there was still heavy socialization. He didn't have a boss. He was in control of everything, but there was still that sometimes he'd bring my mother because, this one lady wants to show you her dolls while I look through her taxes. I look through her husband's taxes. So, there was definitely a heavy social aspect to it. Yeah.
Did he drive any celebrities around?
Yeah, actually a few. See, like I said, for those who don't know, I live in New Jersey. I live halfway between New York and Philadelphia. And New York, of course, is a major city. Philadelphia is also the ESPN. He drove some football people, American football, the pigskin. The biggest celebrities, I would say, he drove Brooke Shields once, but she was under an assumed name, and she didn't say much. He drove Brooke Shields, the actress. And the other one, there's an actor, you can look him up, he's dead now. Who was the father from Good Times? The father from Good Times. I forget his name. He was also in Coming to America. The guy he was the father in Good Times, and he was the father in Coming to America. The girl's father, Eddie Murphy. The guy from Good Times, I forget what his name is. He had a house in New Jersey. He wasn't from here. He had a house for when he had to do East Coast work. He lived in California, but when he came to New York or Philadelphia, because he was actually going to Philadelphia to do like voiceover work for some sporting commentary, he had a house in Jersey. And my he was very nice, a black guy, black dude. You probably don't know these shows. You guys, British and Danish. Good Times and Coming to America, the movie. So those are probably the two biggest, Brooke Shields and who he said she wasn't a bitch, but she was very quiet and she had an assumed name. He knew it was her, but he didn't say anything. She didn't really talk. And he said that the actor from Good Times, was very friendly. I forget what his name was. We can look him up. He died a few years ago.
Brooke Shields, I know her.
I should imagine. No,
also, one other thing. You remember I don't know if you know, there's an American woman, Joan Rivers. Have you heard of Joan Rivers?
Yeah.
When she died, he had to take a couple of people to her funeral. A few of her friends. So he didn't meet Joan Rivers, but he took some people to her funeral. So the Joan Rivers funeral, Brooke Shields, the guy from Good Times and Coming to America, and some sports people. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Hey, what's that? Oh, what is this you just showed here?
This is a mixture between Aiden and what film's this?
Oh, this looks like Taxi Driver. You talking to me? You talking to me? De Niro and Taxi. Right? Yeah.
Do you like the face? I thought that was funny.
You said I don't see Aiden. I really don't. I don't see Aiden. I see. I'm not sure who he looks like. I don't really see Aiden, but I believe it.
It looks bizarre. No, but yeah, I did.
Real quick. Yes, she was a big New York Jewess. The funeral was in Manhattan. These people lived in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia suburbs. He picked them up just north of Philadelphia, took him to New York, and the one guy, he was an old guy, he was retired. He was actually a contractor. He didn't really know Joan Rivers. He knew the husband, and he was the contractor who rebuilt their Manhattan penthouse. So I thought that was interesting because it was the guy and his son and this other lady, I think it was a niece or something. He was friends with Joan Rivers' husband, and he was the one who basically rebuilt her penthouse in Manhattan. Yes, you're correct. Okay, but where were we? I'm sorry. What were we saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how, it's an interesting job, but I think he probably maybe didn't want the hassle of being a full-time accountant.
Yes, I think that's it. I think he liked to move around. I don't think he wanted to be in an office. He liked the idea of the open road. He loved that. Maybe I get some of that from him. Like I said, when I was a kid, I would study all the maps he acquired because he had a lot of maps. But he would get pissed with me because I knew him better than him. I think he was like Sporg adjacent. He liked the maps, but he was a normie. I'd like read the maps religiously, and he'd be like, "Shut up!" So he was, I got some of myself from him. But my father and my mother and my sister are much, much more socially successful than I ever was, or even Brother Click ever was. But you're right. I don't think my father wanted to be tied down to a boss in an office. He preferred driving around.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lifestyle choice, I suppose. But you'd just be more financially well off.
Right. No, I agree. Yeah. My parents were poor. They never had any money. It was always a struggle. I found out after the stroke they had to declare bankruptcy. At some point, they declared bankruptcy. My parents were never good with money. They were terrible with money.
Oh, well, he probably made the wrong choice then. But,
he was very good with numbers. My father was a numbers guy in paperwork. He could do other people's taxes, but when it came to managing his own money, he did a piss poor job. It's funny. It's somewhat ironic. He can be a great bookkeeper and accountant for other people, but he couldn't handle his own finances, apparently.
Yeah, there's a lot of other moving parts that are around that, isn't there? But I mean, that's the point. Accounting it's quite simple. It's not simplistic, but it's just form filling. It's not high level. This is why I don't understand how they can say I can't do the job, because it's not high level.
And actually, I'm going to cut you off. I will say one thing to my father's credit. In the I know the British tax system's crazy too, but with the IRS, there's like tons and tons of forms. He knew the forms right away. He'd say, okay, You need a 1040-12. You need a 1099 G3. You need a Schedule 7. He knew all the forms. He was very good with the paperwork, but he couldn't keep his own. But same thing. Again, not rocket science. It's just a lot of memorization. But who's telling you're not? Maybe that's what my father felt. He didn't want to work for a boss. He wanted to be independent. Could you do that? Could you be like a freelance bookkeeper or a freelance accountant? You can do people's taxes and just have them pay you. I mean, could you do that?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the work, also that social aspect. And sometimes he'd recruit my mother to help him with the social. It's not just we're going to go over to your taxes. We're going to go over. We're going to have coffee. My wife will hang out with your wife. Us guys will sit down and go over taxes, and we'll talk sports. And the wives will come in. We'll have cake. There was this whole social aspect to it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he got loads of clients, but maybe you don't get as many clients. I think you can get clients, but I don't think you'll acquire 50 clients because you haven't got the social bonus, right?
Let's ask your buddy. What does Denmark guy think? You've been silent. Does Denmark guy want to chime in?
I didn't hear. I actually didn't hear. I was just reading some other stuff. What did you say? Something with
Okay,
he has no interest.
There's no interest. Okay, no interest. What does Denmark? Anything?
The truth is revealed as usual with Denmark.
It was something with socializing and clients or something like that.
Yeah, Denmark guy's the accountant. You tell the story.
I don't know. maybe I'm going. Yeah, I didn't. I was reading some story. Sorry. Could you repeat?
Right,
Sorry.
My father drove Brooke Shields once. Is that more exciting for you? Okay, we sort of moved on.
The triviality of it's brilliant. Denmark guy is interested in, maybe that's why he failed as an accountant. He doesn't like the hard stuff. He likes the trivial.
I'm sorry, Denmark guy, is he an accountant? I thought he did something with Denmark guy. What is your general line of employment?
He was an accountant at a big firm.
Yeah, I worked as an accountant.
That's right. Yeah, I remember now. Okay. I'm trying to look up the guy from Coming to America. I'm doing that on the side. Hopefully my computer won't crash. Give me a minute. I'm going to find I want to know the guy's. I think it's Amos, something Amos. I'm going to find his name. I'm going to find the actor, share a picture of him. Who the hell was the guy in, or Sterling can help. Who was the guy, the father in Good Times? You got me curious. Okay. But Denmark guy, you were an accountant, and now are you still an accountant, or what do you do now? You're looking for a job, right? So what happened?
Yeah, but
he quit, and he saw through the corporate ladder. He wasn't Chad. He wasn't going to get promoted. He was stuck being a manager forever.
One of my last memories was that I was put at a team where they talked about, I'm looking forward to the pool party in the weekend, and I was like, I was not invited.
That's kind of Denmark guy. I wish you had enough to read a story. I wish you had, because that's exactly what we're talking. That's exactly what we're talking about. The social aspect. In addition, it doesn't matter how good a job you can do. There's that social aspect. That's what we were talking about when you were reading your story. So you're kind of reiterating and confirming what we were talking about. Yeah. So you were having social problems despite how well you could do the job. Is that accurate?
Yeah. But I've spoken about this. Maybe. Yeah, I think it was here on YouTube. But anyways, yeah. Yeah, being Chad is just like you get, I have so many small stories I can tell you.
On YouTube, we probably did in your Signal group or something. I don't think you ever told us. Go ahead, tell us. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that was just one story. Yeah, one of my last episodes where I was put at like a team where they had a pool party. We were like 8 people at the team, and it was only like 6 of them, and we were like 2 that weren't invited and shit. That's just the shit that you experience at the corporate level as a sub 7 guy or something like that. And I also remember, the new graduates arriving and the chats were like the women were calling the new chats like, oh baby, and telling them all kinds of nice shit and stuff. So
come here, daddy.
Yeah, shit like that, and all these minor, stuff that it just agitates you a lot, and it builds up. And
it ties into my story about how I got the highest grade on the test at the Census Bureau, but they promoted the girl who barely passed because the fat girl who ran the office was friends with this girl. So it's like, as long as you can pass a certain threshold, It's no longer about ability, more about likability. Ability versus likability. And yes, they'd rather go with the girl who barely passed the test that they like, as opposed to the ugly fucking Spurg who aced the test. So likability, ability versus likability. There's always that likability aspect to anything. The likability.
It's not likability. It's just looks, Halo. You're getting it wrong. Likability. You can be as nice as you want with a great personality, interesting. Look at Jack Titton.
No. I'm not getting it wrong. I'm not talking about personality. I'm talking about how much they like you. Yeah, obviously, if you're good looking, they really like you. If you're an ugly fuck, they really hate you. If you're a Spurg, they hate you. If you're like a social normie, how much they like you. Likability as in how much they like you versus your actual ability. So I don't care if Tisson's a nice guy. Do the normies like him is the question. The answer is no. I'm talking about how much the normies like someone. You misunderstand.
Yeah, the normies like them because of the lookism. It's not the personality at all. Not the interest at all.
Yeah.
It's zero. It's not a little bit. It's zero effect. That's the point. It's all looks, right? That's why the chance is daddy. That's why Denmark guys like, fuck it, I'm out of here. I can't do anything. The point. It's all leverage on this.
You get irritated. You get
it's all leverage on this. You're not stupid. So you're seeing. Hang on a minute. I can't do anything. There's no move, right? There's no physical move I can do to get me out of this. It's a fixed game, right?
We're making a great point. I hate to cut you off, but I will just real quick. This is the actor John Amos. My father, he was a very nice nigger, my father said, and he had a house in New Jersey. When he had to come to the East Coast, he didn't want to stay in a New York City or Philadelphia hotel room. He had his own little house, and he would go there. This is John Amos, Coming to America, the American TV show Good Times. John Amos. Okay, but yeah, I think what you're saying is ultimately correct, Danny. I think, yes, it's mostly looks. I think there could be a weird gray area. If you got a guy who's great looking, they love him, and a guy who's ugly, he's a piece of shit. When it comes to normies, I think if two normies look comparable, the one who has the better, this is where personality comes in. But yes, I under the umbrella of likability, how much they like you for whatever reason. But okay, you go on. Maybe I'm wrong. And this is John Amos. John Amos.
No, it's looks, because I've seen
black man be an. Would he be an incel in our time?
Yes.
John Amos?
Normal. Ignored. But he's got the race bonus.
But yeah, the race bonus, yeah.
So he's fine.
DEY higher as accountant, yeah.
Yeah, precisely. No, but that's what I'm saying. The personality doesn't mean jack. Your moves don't mean anything. This is why you're so annoyed. You've worked out that it's a maze that you can't escape, right? No move in the maze, right? No, right, this is it. The maze is blocked off, right? Every fucking exit. Yeah, you're in the middle of a maze.
There's no such thing as a black Chad. A black Chad is called a Tyrone. Learn your terminology. You're trying to say that Amos was a Tyrone. I don't know. I don't know how big he was. But yeah, maybe. Maybe for his generation. He had a good jawline. No, black Chad is a misnomer. He's a Tyrone. But okay, getting back to what they're saying here. What were we saying, guys?
You're in the middle of a maze, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To escape the maze, you need a route that isn't blocked off. In the corporate environment, if you're a normie, you're in a maze where all the fucking exits are blocked. However long you go down the route, right? Remember the maze in The Shining, right? Remember that scene?
Well, I know the Shining with you're talking about the one with Jack Nicholson, and Shelley Duvall.
Yeah. Remember in the garden outside, we're in their maze running around. Remember?
Vaguely. No, I don't.
Anyway, that happened. Even if you don't remember it.
Okay.
You're in the maze running around. Whichever direct route you take is blocked. If you're a normie, right? It doesn't matter what route you take. And if
you're an ugly Spurg retard, fuck about it.
No, because Denmark guy is a fake cell. He's just a 5 or 6 out of 10.
But even he couldn't handle the social bullshit. Okay,
that's the point. The glass ceiling has been raised where only 7 out of 10 in Chads are given any kind of positive treatment. Correct, Denmark? That's what you saw. That's the whole point, right?
Yeah, but this is more nuanced. It's if you're a man and you're sub 7 and you can't tolerate the agitation. Yeah, probably also. I don't know. We don't have DIY in Denmark, but in the US probably. Then it's over. But if there was a lot of C-level managers that were like fat old women. So
yes, that's the point. Yeah, women.
Yeah. But as
saying,
a man, if you want to make it to C-level, you need to be a Chad.
That's my whole point. Remember, no, you got the metaphor wrong. The maze. As a normie man, as a normie white man, below 7 out of 10, you're cooked. Like I said before, every move you do is blocked off.
So even normies, forget about ugly fuck Spurgs, even normies are blocked off, is what you're saying. And Denmark guy is the living proof of that. Is that what you're saying? Basically,
that's his arc. The Overton window shifted so much that like the looks threshold has gone up so much, right?
Yeah.
That only a very select few men are getting this bonus, right? The 30%. And and with this lookism culture, this doesn't apply to ethnic men. They get the free pass, all right? And the women are completely free pass, where they could have a fucking ham beast, and it's for women. It's irrelevant. Like the look, I've seen, right? It's utterly irrelevant. It has no feature whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
There's loads of female managers.
I'm not trying to be pro women. I think if you're really fat, ugly, disgusting, then yeah, but the threshold, the bar is much lower. A much smaller percentage of women have the problem. The percentage between the sexes is much higher among men, but I would say that a really fat, ugly, disgusting, smelly woman would probably also. You'd have to really yes. I would say in extremes, but you'd really have to go to an extreme for normal purposes. Yeah, it doesn't apply to women. I agree.
I mean, but even the fat women get the job. They just don't get to be manager because they've got somewhat of a phalo, right? But you have to be going down real low, 3 out of 10, real fucking low, goblin level.
And those goblinas, they come to rule over the ugly men. Didn't you say it was all a bunch of fat women who called you into that meeting? So it's like, these reject women are still above us, and they want to take out their frustration on us.
Yeah, they fuck. And this is what this is why Xenesis is so good. He's revealed the horror of it. These fat women hate normal men as well. They really hate them. They hate them more maybe than the Beckys do. That's the killer. Yeah. That's the killer, by the way. You've got this crazy hate.
Well, I have a name for those types. I call them as if girls. Like I said, in my younger days, a pretty girl, maybe I'd be a little nervous. She turns me, whatever. When a fat, ugly girl who I wasn't even interested in acts like I'm some kind of rapist, it's like, fuck you. That's insulting. As if, you fat, ugly bitch. So, yes, I think a lot of the fat, ugly girls are even worse than the pretty girls. I call them as if girls. Because I've been there. You see a fat, ugly girl, no attraction. I don't like her. She doesn't like me. Attractive-wise, we should be friends. We should get along. No sexual tension. But they're even nastier. Like, as if. You're not pretty enough to be acting like that. As if, you fucking bitch. So, I call them as if girls. I know what you're talking about.
It's a cruel, irony of nature. That, like you said, there should be a platonic kind of relationship. But these cunts.
Right. They're even more cunty than the Stacy or the higher tier Becky. It's like as if. You think I'm an ugly fuck. Fair enough. I think you're a fat, stupid bitch. Feelings mutual. No sexual attraction. We should be buddies. But they're even more nasty. You're not good looking enough to be that nasty with anybody. As if. That's why I call them. That's my term for them. As if girls. Yes.
That's the point. They have no leverage, but this society has given them leverage with nothing behind it, right? And if you
correct,
and by the way to really piss them off is to remind them you've got nothing, right? If you remind them you've got fuck all leverage, fuck off, they really fucking lose their shit.
Yes,
and this is what happened to me. This is why I got fired. I'm like, I'm
Right.
not fucking. You're.
Right. I agree with Dubs. It's like these fat, ugly, disgusting women have to compensate. I think it's also role playing. There's role playing. They want to believe that they're better looking than they are. They know they're ugly fucks. I think they know deep, deep down, but they want to pretend that, ew, he's ugly and he wants me because I'm a girl. I think there's that overcompensation. I agree with that. But go ahead, continue.
Ever. Right. Yeah, but yeah, I just don't. Yeah, this is where I run afoul because I'm like, me and OC. Me and OC. Well, I am extremely logical. I'm like, I've weighed up the situation. You've got nothing. You're standing on a hill of shit, right? And I'm like, I'll just run over you verbally because I just cooked them again and again. Douche, 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 douche. They really flip out, and you lose your job. You'll get your tips stolen. Have I told that story? My tips were stolen.
I told you, for those who don't know, at Danny's Pub, when a person gets a tip, it's supposed to go into a jar and everyone splits the tips. I was like, I think some of these girls are pocketing the tips. They're not putting everything they can into the jar. I told you this.
That's not even my concern. My concern was everybody else got £15 for one day or whatever. I got nothing. And I worked the same day. How fucked up?
Say, where's my tip? Did you ask anybody, or they give you an answer?
I directly confronted them multiple times. And she openly lied and said, I've given it to you. As in, you're lying. That's fucked up, isn't it?
Very.
How fucked up is that? Very.
That's one of those times I might, for all the problems I've been through, I might just say calmly, I might say, fuck you. I might call her a cunt. I've been there before. I might say, you didn't give me the money. Go fuck yourself. I might get angry. I mean, not screaming, but I'd be like, go fuck, you didn't give me that. But so you're saying they openly lied and claimed they gave it to you when they didn't.
Yeah. I did what you said. I didn't openly... Because one thing you can't do is lose your cool and or swear at them, right? Denmark guy knows the rules. There are certain moves you do at a job, yeah, where you get you cross the boundary and are able to be fired, right, for dismissal, right?
Oh yeah. I've crossed that line myself, even with that. Yeah, okay. But yes, I hear what you're saying. I've actually crossed that line. It's probably cost me several jobs. I know even these ugly fat bitches are of a higher standing than us. So if we go nuts on them, we're total dog shit and we can be fired. Yeah, disposable. Is that what you're saying?
No, what you do is you skirt the bounds of this and you know the rules. And you say, I'm not going to cross this boundary. I know where the boundary is. I'm not going to be violent. I'm not swearing. I won't do an ad hominem attack. All these things where you can't be fired, right? Because you know, right? These are the bounds, but just beneath that, you can really fucking piss them off, right? So you skirt just beneath that. So I'd never swear at her, but I would hammer her, black-pilled, ding, 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 keep on asking the same question, keep on being passive-aggressive again, again, again. It's the same effect as swearing. But the point is that, yeah, I just said basically, you're lying. I didn't receive any money. And then I kept on saying it again every time I walked past her. Where's my tip? Have you got that tip? Like, it's the same effect, but they can't fire you for asking for a tip.
I need to leave, guys. I need to do groceries and shit. So thanks for having me on, OC. And
your life is not important enough.
Have a good night.
Good to talk.
Have a good night. Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to off soon myself because it's late for me. But all right, well, we'll go a little longer. Okay, so Denmark guy was losing interest in your sermon, but go ahead, continue. No, I agree with what you're saying. Yes.
So I am unimportant to Denmark guy. A real shot to the face.
Well, you're right because he was reading a story. He doesn't, But it's funny because when Doggo came on, I was telling him personal things about my life. He actually seemed disinterested. He would change the subject. So it's like I'm not really interested in people either. So it's I understand what it's like when why even share my stories? No one seems to give a shit. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, so how extreme do you think that is? Nicking your money and then saying, "I don't know what you're talking about, bro." Is that on the extreme end of the scale? Like they hate you?
It is, but when you do your passive-aggressive thing, they hate you more and look for more reasons to fuck with you. That's what I found. So it's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose.
I only do the passive-aggressive thing after someone does a move on me.
I'm the same way. But they don't give a shit because they're spoiled and entitled. They're a level above you. How dare this peasant talk to me like that? Rules for me, not for thee. So yeah, I mean, all it does is make them want to, come after you more, or try to get you riled up so you do something crazy, so they can say, "See, he's nuts, fire him." So it's a lose-lose. It really is a lose-lose either way, in my opinion.
I just keep on basically escalating it until they spurge out.
I've had a nigger bitch try to run me over in a parking lot because I got her to spurge out. It can end very poorly, and no one gives a shit. It's almost like the others who aren't as extreme. They all kind of sit back and secretly approve. They're happy to see someone. I'm glad someone finally did it. I hate that fucker. So I've had that. I've had no one come to my aid when someone goes nuts. Okay, what? You want to say something?
Even after they ran you over, no one helped you when you were on the floor or something?
No one helped me. They came after me. They wanted to get me arrested for vaping. They had me on footage vaping in the back room 3 months earlier. They wanted to get me arrested for vaping. They suspended me for vaping. They went nuts. No one helped me. It was totally buried. And the what do you call it? What we call HR, human resources, wherever you call it in England. They said, nope, she was nowhere near him. Here's a standalone image of her car. It was totally fucked up. Yeah.
Oh, wait, so they fabricate?
They fabricate, yes. They try to get rid of. Yep. Hello.
Wait, so they fabricated the whole thing that the car wasn't in motion. What the fuck?
Correct.
How would they fabricate the timestamp?
They didn't pull the video. They just showed a still image, and the one manager lady was like, well, these are their findings. I was so like, what? Remember, this was in the midst of my father's stroke, so I was focusing on that. So I had that backdrop in my personal life, and I was dealing with this bullshit at this fucking grocery store. Oh, yeah, they totally buried it. Absolutely.
It's some kind of Watergate, some kind of kangaroo court.
Correct. That's why I was so crazy. I never thought anything this crazy could happen. Yeah.
It's like there's no defense that the white man has in employment. We've got, I don't know about the US, but there is no laws protecting the lower level man.
I think I read something. I think this might have been incels.is or one of these sites. Or it was a Spurg site. Someone said something I thought was great. It's like a lot of these upper managers cannot take out their frustrations on women, on non-whites, on fags or homosexuals, on transgenders. So the white male is the safe target. So we get, not only do we get treated like shit, we get the extra shit because no manager wants to appear racist or sexist or homophobic or anti-trans. So all the frustration they can't take out on the gay guy, the black guy, the trans guy, they're taking all that and dumping it on white guys. Heterosexual, normal white guys who they losers, lower, not Chad, of course, that they can get away with it. So it was a good point. I think I got a lot of the shit I've suffered is because these people a generation or two ago would have been like, fuck niggers, fuck faggots, but they can't say that now. So let's go after the safe target. I think a lot of us ugly Spurg white guys receive this hatred that they can't take out on the protected minority.
That is interesting. I like that. I like that theory because it's it kind of alludes to the kind of do you know what the shadow is from the I don't know whether he's a philosopher. He's a psychologist.
The shadow. Who knows? There was an old American radio program from my grandparents' day. Who knows? The shadow knows. So I think of this old-timey radio program my grandparents listened to during the 1930s. You're talking about some modern... Is it a YouTuber? Who's the shadow? I have no idea.
No, it's a philosopher, Carl Jung. The shadow. Everyone has... Well,
I know who Carl Jung is. What's the shadow?
It's one of his concepts about the negativity. Every human has a negative side, and that's hidden, and all the rest of it. This could be an expression of that, right?
I remember. Okay, but years ago, Brother Click said to me, "You bring out the worst in people." And I said, no, I bring out the truth in people. We're seeing that horrible, nasty, true shadow. It comes out for me. They keep it hidden for everyone else, but they feel I'm the dumping ground where they can let it out. So Brother Click was like, you bring out the worst. I said, no, I think I bring out the truth. I'm seeing like their true colors come out with me.
That's true. Well, that's absolutely true. And someone like I don't want to speak out of turn, but your brother might be one of the oblivious ones. Sometimes he might be the oblivious.
I think he believes my stories, but again, because he doesn't experience it firsthand, it's harder for him, like everyone else, like my shrink. It's harder for them to relate. Even if they believe me, it's not real to them because they haven't experienced it the way I have. Yeah, no, I agree.
But like, people like you and me, we like to push through the facade because when I see someone is acting to be social, I'm like, I know this isn't you. Let's go past this because I know it ain't real, right? Is that what you're like?
Yes, I think I am like that. I wasn't
the real person behind this.
So there'd be slight chipping away. Like, come on, you're being fake, and all we do is piss them off. When you hold the mirror up and you expose the truth, it really makes them go into double down, destroy mode. I think.
But that's the point. But like you said, you're actually revealing their truth.
Hmm?
You're revealing their true self. They don't, and there's an element where they don't want that to be revealed, right? Because of social disapproval, etc.
Right.
And
I guess they. Well, no. Let me say they see someone like me as a threat for two. I'm a double threat. I'm an ugly fuck, so I should know my place. But I'm also, questioning them, forcing them into position. So it's both. How dare a lesser question me? And the things he's questioning make me almost reveal my, my truths. I don't want no. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's both. But yeah, go ahead.
That's the point. It's like this duality where there's under the hood. I'll give an example. It's like a program. It's like an operating system, and and you've got a program running over the top of it. We're like, I'm not interested in the program. I want to see the operating system. They're very much, no, you can see the program. I'm hiding the operating system. And me and you are like, nah, I can see it's a program. Maybe Bro C is either he's either not aware enough to see that there's definitely a program running, or he doesn't want to see the operating system.
I think with Brother Click, you can ask him next time. I don't want to speak for him. Next time you can ask him. I think he's aware, but the truth is so uncomfortable, and because he doesn't experience it himself, he wants to create a wall. I see with my shrink as well. They want to create a wall. I think they believe me. They don't think I'm making this shit up, but it's so hard for them to process. And because they don't have to experience this, they want to put their defenses up. It's easier to say, you're the problem, rather than say, holy shit. I think it's a defense mechanism. I do. I think they know I'm telling the truth. They know it's right. They know what they're seeing. They don't want to see it. They go into denial mode.
I think it's interesting, this... it's almost like people escape into fantasy. I view it, like Kaz with anime and all this kind of rubbish. Sorry, not rubbish. Well, I think it is rubbish because in anime,
it's rubbish. Yes, I agree with you. It's rubbish. Go ahead.
I mean, some of it has value creatively and the artwork, but the premise is really childish. I can't get over that. Anyway, and all the repeated themes over and over again. The powerful Chad wins again and again. Yeah, I'm not interested. I've heard that story a million times. It's unoriginal. Yeah, but anyway, so it's almost like they're living in a fantasy that everyone buys into as a society, right? But certain people know that it's there are loads of contradictions and it's fake and there's this layer of lookism, all this kind of stuff, which to a certain degree doesn't benefit them. It's hurting them, and so I'm like, I'm not. If you're near the bottom or in the middle or whatever, you're saying this is a rigged game. I don't buy the game that you're trying to. If I don't buy it, it doesn't work, right? So you're like, you can't play this game on someone that can see that it's crooked. Why do I have to buy into it? And then you try and chip into the truth and see, hang on, are you one of the people that have bought into this rubbish? Or that's basically right. That's the question you're posing them. Are you one of these idiots that is playing this game and believes in it? Right?
Kind of. I think a lot of these. I think it's entirely possible. Some people know it's a game, but because their status is higher, they're happy to play the game. A Chad normally is happy to play the game and happy to say, "You're fucking crazy," because it benefits them because they're in a higher position within this hierarchy.
True. Yeah. But I've seen that myself, and also that could be one of the reasons why they spurg out, because they're trying to protect their win. They're trying to protect their position, right?
Hey, yes, no, I agree.
Like you said, you're dangerous because you're like, it ain't gonna work with me.
Right, I might. Other people who are either too stupid or too afraid to question might be influenced by my questioning. So I'm seen as a threat, a social threat. I would agree with that. They're afraid that others might get wind and start, maybe OC has a point about that. I think they're afraid of how others will perceive it, and plus they're pissed that we're not playing the game that they love because they benefit from it. So a combination of you're not playing the game right, and you might expose the game. I think it's that. I think a lot of these people know what's going on and are happy because they're higher positions.
It's like they live. You can see through, right? The people with you can see the people with the masks. You can see, right?
Right.
No, I think your point about
there were some people who knew about the aliens but were happy with it and didn't want it exposed. That's a good way to think of it. Some people see the aliens and want the world to see it. Others say, we know about the aliens, but we don't want them to know. We like the game the aliens are playing. Because wasn't that what happened? Yeah, so it's like there's a tendency that we have the truth, but we want to keep it hidden, and you're a threat because you might expose the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, remember the attractive woman at the end? Remember the attractive woman? She was always double-crossing him, right? She was always working for the other side. She'd accepted it because it benefited her.
Right. She killed him, right? At the end, she killed him. She killed the black dude. Meg Foster was her name. And by the way, on a side note, there's a famous American novel called The Scarlet Letter, and Meg Foster played the role of Hester Prynne. Americans, think back to your English lit course. Yeah. So, yes, at the end, she killed him, right? But he still manages to destroy the satellite or whatever it was. It's been a long time since I saw it. But, yes, she was a human. She knew the truth. She knew about the aliens, but she was happy to allow this corrupt, fucked up system to continue. So she was aiding and abetting the corrupt alien system.
Aiding and abetting. Yeah.
That was aiding.
No, I'm joking. It's a joke on Aiden.
Oh, no, you're making a reference to Aiden. Okay, I'm like, okay.
No, but she was very attractive. I liked her. She's very much.
I think her name was Meg Foster. She played Hester Prynne. I don't know if you guys read that in England, The Scarlet Letter, Nathaniel Hawthorne. It's like in most American high schools, you got to read Scarlet Letter. It took place in the 1600s, colonial. Blah, blah, blah. But the point is, she played in the 1970s. She played Hester Prynne, the main heroine. Never mind. You have no idea what I'm talking about, but it's okay.
Yep, that's the point. I'm doing something. She represents it because of the fact that she's sort of it's better because she's also a Stacy as well. It kind of bleeds into the fact that
this is a matter of opinion. I didn't think she was ever that attractive. I'd call her Becky. You think she's a Stacy, but yeah, the point is, yeah, she was good looking enough, and it benefited her to be part of this, this world.
No, but I mean, maybe that's my my low threshold. Over time, if you're over time, when you're bashed down by these cunts, your standards go to the floor. Where like a Becky's now a Stacy, right? Do you like my AVI? Better, isn't it?
Okay, maybe, but you don't put women, women especially, don't put people on pedestals. So don't put a woman or anyone on a pedestal. But you're talking about here. Let me see if I can share screen. Meg Foster, I think this is her, right? You're talking about her. Where is she? There we go. You're talking about her. Yeah, she was the Scarlet Letter, and she was the chick who. She was a human, but she supported the alien. She knew about them, and she supported the fucked up alien system. So she went after the humans who were in that system, right?
The blue eyes, right? very Denmark guy will be going crazy over Meg Foster with those blue eyes, those piercing blue eyes.
Right.
No, but I encourage everyone to watch They Live. It's one of the best films of all time, conceptually, probably one of the best films about society. It's the reason why you know a film's good is because it works now. It literally just there's no dating of it. It just still works.
Nearly 40 years. Yeah, 40 years later, the message is still the same. No, I agree.
It's just as profound. You lose absolutely zero. It's a masterpiece. You can shove all the effects up your ass because it doesn't. You know all these new films with all these effects. It's garbage. And then you've got They Live on a shoestring budget. Just cooks it. Not cooks it a little bit. Just torches the shit out of it. Because over time, these clown movies completely lose their relevance, right? They completely lose over time, yeah? And They Live wins over time. It gets better.
Yeah, no, that's a fair assessment, sure.
And films like Blade Runner is the same thing. The concept's great because the AI, you know, the question about AI and sex robots and all this rubbish. Do you believe what are your views on sex robots?
I think they're a long way off, and I think a lot of women will try to suppress it. There's even talk about AI robots are sexist, so it's gonna be an uphill battle. I don't it's gonna be a while before you get like an actual robot that's almost human but programmed. I think it's gonna take a long time. And I think there'll be groups that say, "Oh, this is gonna cause." They'll make an excuse how it's gonna cause violence towards women or some shit.
Zenis has made a great point about this, that people think that it's going to be a straight line between us getting... I mean, I don't believe at all in this sex robot. I think it's very damaging for intersexual relations. All this, and I think it's just... If you want a sex robot, it's just not a solution. I don't buy into it. Because you can't have a relationship with that thing. And it's just fake as well. But also... Zenesis was talking something high IQ because high IQ idea about it. He says, you know, they're going to be compliant and everything. The assumption is from men, yeah, they're just going to be compliant. They're going to do my dish. They do it right. Everything, yeah. He's saying that no, the women will stop it where it'll be a representation of a woman, right, who isn't compliant, yeah.
Some women in the group are saying. They're saying that what men want is sexist. So I agree with Zenesis that he's saying what the robots will be more like real women, which would why if real women are a pain in the ass, why want to recreate that? You're saying it's going to be like a real woman. Fuck you. Yeah,
but that's the point. Remember, men have little power in the society. Women are going to have a say in how it's produced, right? And the laws that produce it. So. What if they enact laws where you're not allowed misogynistic software, all this, right? You can imagine that. There's an operating system on it, right? It's bound by laws that says, hang on a minute, you're not allowed to make it you're not allowed, right? You have to write programs that are a representation of reality. So you can't have this one-way street where just do the dishes, love. It's like this utopia for men. It ain't going to happen. That's what he says. Because I think that's bang on. Because we're not living in a society that's doing that. How the backlash will be enormous, by the way, in the press. Think about it. Think about if they released them now, there would be a fucking wall of feminists, right? It would be banned, maybe, right?
Yes, that's what I was saying. I agree. I was saying that if you were listening to me, I was saying the same thing. It'll probably never happen because there'll be groups of women saying it's, sexist, or if they're developed, they have to have like human-like qualities. Yeah, I agree. You're not saying anything I disagree with. I think you're right. Yeah, sure. I agree.
Yeah, but so why are so many Spurges buying into this in a blind fashion? It's a solution, bro. Go online. They're all buying. I'm waiting for the robot.
It's hopium, copium. It's like a nice something to look forward to, something to pretend in, something to believe in. I guess it's like a nice fantasy.
Yeah, but it's utter delusion by what we just said.
No, it's delusion. You're absolutely right.
I think it's bizarre, that kind of thing. But going back to the theme, I mean, if you press the button for long enough, yeah, the women really fucking hate it. They turn almost evil, right? And also, it's not just one of them. You get all of them against you. It's like a hive of shit, you know, at a job. They're all talking negatively about it.
Yes, a clique, an occupational clique. Exactly, hence my name, yes.
Yeah, I think the only thing is some kind of a lone working job, male-dominated industries. Although they're usually really badly have really bad conditions, like, you know, factory worker, sheet metal worker, or you have to cut your poison. It's either bad socially or bad physically, where you get killed physically. Like, you have to work on construction or some to escape this kind of. Although the men in these jobs aren't much better, to be honest with you. They'll just punch down you.
Yeah, exactly. I've had jobs working overnight grocery. Some asshole manager, they punch down. It's just like, you know, and they promote tall guys who are morons, but they're big, so they should be the leader. And you get these idiots in charge. So you get that. You get men punching down on you in these male-dominated jobs, and you get women who hate you and want to get rid of you in female-dominated gynocentric jobs. Yes, so it's a lose-lose.
I mean, part of the solution is one solution is what you're actually doing now. You just go balls to the wall with the delivery because you haven't got a manager. You've taken all the strands out of the equation. You haven't got a manager. There's no dynamic. You don't go to the same person. You go to different restaurants. That's one solution, by the way.
Yes, that's one, but it doesn't pay very well. It's good supplemental income, but it doesn't pay very well.
But you have to combine it with something that does, like the trading. That's my point. That's my solution, in my opinion. Well, that's what I found.
Well, okay, yeah, combined, but the trading itself is also like these apps. It's supplemental, but it took you 6 months to get, you know, a few thousand quid. So you can make money, but slowly.
Don't concentrate on the amount. Concentrate on the times. 10 times. Okay, what if you put 4,000 initially in? It's 40 grand, right? I'm playing small potatoes. I'm going to increase the potatoes. But remember, I have to have this. The point is, I have to have a fucking job. Otherwise, the 4,000, like you said.
Well, it's a side hustle. These door dashing apps and your trading are nice on the side, but they alone won't do it. So yeah, like you just said, I have to have a job. Exactly.
No, I have to have a job to pay for the big for me ramping up the bets. If I'm doing it now, like you said, I've got to eat. So the 4,000 is gone on my food.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I haven't won anything. That's why I'm so pissed I can't even get a normal job, because I would spend that 4 grand. Right, let's do it. Let's make some real fucking money, right? That's what I would do, but I can't because I've got to fucking rely on that for. Anyway, so what were you going on about with Denmark guy? Oh yeah, and what's your beef with Aiden? You don't want him on, you do want him on, you don't want him on, you do want him on, you do want him on, or you don't want him on.
Well, right now my beef is with Cassandra. She told me she plays piano and keyboards. I wanted her to come on and play a little keyboard, and she acted like a total bitch.
Really? What do you mean? Why? That's a perfectly reasonable request. What the fuck?
I agree. She acted like I crossed another boundary. How dare I? I can't do it just because you want me to. You can't make people do what you want. I'm like, Cassandra, look, I just share your instrument. She acted as if, how dare I say such a thing? So yes, she acted as if something minor was something. Even Denmark, I agreed. So Cassandra is kind of pissing me off. Aiden only wants to come on to look at Cassandra, so I'll bring him on. If Cassandra can play her keyboard, then we'll talk about Aiden.
Why? The only explanation I've got is that she's not very good at keyboard and she was lying. She's trying to cover the lie. Why lie that you can play the keyboard, bro?
Possibly.
Yeah.
She claims, I was forced to perform when I was a kid, So now I'm afraid or some shit like that. I don't know. It's just bullshit. So she should do her part, play a little keyboard, and she can talk to Aiden. But Aiden is very much a sponge. He's someone who doesn't really think for himself very well. He's a sponge. He just soaks up what people tell him. So I'm kind of wary of Aiden, but I'll bring him on if he wants to talk to Cassandra. But Cassandra's got to play the keyboard first. Even if she can't play, just bring out the keyboard and hit 1 or 2 notes. Deet, 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 deet. Yeah, she should do her part. And then we can talk about Aiden.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
no. So, what about your Wait, there. I'm just working something out.
Well, it's been about 4.5 hours, so I enjoy talking, but I'm getting tired. So, well, come on again sometime, Danny. I would adjust my pattern so I can do these streams for the Euro cells. We'll call it now, but think about your point. We can talk again sometime. It was a good talk, so thank you, Dev Pike. Thank you, Denmark guy, and thank you, Doggo Foodferdo, and thank you, Meg Foster. Thank you, Meg Foster, for whatever it is you did, the Scarlet Letter, and thank. Here we go. For now, because I'm getting tired, but we can continue this next time. Occupational Click out.